Attention network stations, approaching 10 minutes until airtime of today's broadcast. Number 4 LSU visits number 13 Ole Miss on Touchdown Radio. Mark 10 minutes until airtime. 3:30 Eastern on Touchdown Radio. Attention network stations, approaching 5 minutes until airtime of today's broadcast on Touchdown Radio. Mark 5 minutes until airtime of today's broadcast. LSU and Ole Miss, 3:30 Eastern on Touchdown Radio. Attention network stations, we're approaching 2 minutes until airtime of today's broadcast on Touchdown Radio. LSU Ole Miss at 3:30 Eastern. Mark, 2 minutes until airtime. 2 minutes. Stations approaching 1 minute. Mark, 1 minute until airtime. Stations approaching 30 seconds. Mark, 30 seconds. Stations approaching 10 seconds. Mark, 10 seconds.
The Touchdown Radio Network Game of the Week brings us to Oxford, Mississippi, Vaught Hemingway Stadium for a big one in the Southeastern Conference. Number 4 LSU 4-0 will take on number 11 Ole Miss. The Rebels hoping to continue on their winning ways this season. Alongside the 1992 Heisman Trophy winner Gino Torretta and Casey Jones, I'm Brett Dolan. Delighted to have you with us today. Gino, this is the third straight year these teams have come in. Both have been ranked. The last 2 years, they have been epic shootouts going down to the final play. And somehow, I just have a feeling we might be in store for something very similar.
Well, I don't think there's any question. You got Ole Miss, who's put in a backup quarterback, Brandel Chambliss, who's played better than Simmons, the starter. The offense seems to continue to hum along, even though they lost a first-round quarterback from a season ago in Jackson Dart. LSU, not so much on offense. They lose 3 starters on the offensive line. Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback, has been somewhat banged up. He's averaging about 100 yards less through the air a game, but you can expect nothing less than a lot of fireworks here today, and it's going to have their challenges. These offenses are going to have their challenges with the defenses today.
Well, you mentioned Chambliss. Do you think we're going to be focusing all day long on the confrontation between LSU's defense? They've given up 10 or fewer points every game this year against this Ole Miss offense that, regardless of the quarterback or personnel, continues to put up big numbers and points.
Well, Blake Baker, the new defensive coordinator, this is his second year at Ole Miss. They've had 5 straight games holding the opponent to less than 100 yards. When you have a quarterback like Trinidad Chambliss who can actually run and throw the ball equally as well, it's going to be very difficult for them to shut down the run. But essentially, Blake Baker on the defensive side at LSU has been stop the run first, we'll worry about the pass second.
You know, speaking of LSU, they should be without Caden Durham today, their top running back. They've had a challenge running the football to begin with. We'll see what Garrett Nussmeier can do through the air. We're going to step aside, though, here from Vaught Hemingway Stadium. We're going to send things to the Touchdown Radio Network studios. Andrew Gibson has a lot of scores and highlights on a big day of college football. He'll also get you ready for this one again between Ole Miss and LSU. So, Andrew, take it away.
All right, guys, thank you very much. We actually had an upset last night in the top 25 in Charlottesville.
Here comes the blitz. Castellanos in trouble. Heaves one towards the end zone. Intercepted. It's over. Virginia has done it.
Bob Wischusen with the call last night on ESPN, and that was quite a field storming last night. Virginia, as they knock off number 8 Florida State by a final of 46-38 in double OT. For Virginia, their first home win against a top 10 team since they beat the Seminoles in 2005. And for today's action here in college football, it's all been Notre Dame today in Fayetteville, Arkansas.
Price out in space, a ton of room. First down and more. Price is gone. Another Notre Dame touchdown. And the Bluebirds out in full force here in Fayetteville.
Dave Pasch, the call today on ESPN, and Notre Dame has really handled Arkansas. That right there made it 42-13 at halftime. Well, we've got a final now in this one from Fayetteville, Arkansas. 22nd ranked Notre Dame beats up on Arkansas today. The final 56-13. It was a huge day for the Irish as they dispatch of Arkansas at their home field in Fayetteville earlier today. That touchdown from C.J. Carr, 35 yards to Jadarian Price. Final 56-13. Other scores around the country today, games ongoing. Wake Forest in a battle with 16th-ranked Georgia Tech, 23-20, as Wake Forest has a field goal lead, 3:50 to go fourth quarter. Illinois leads USC in a top 25 matchup, 31-25. The Illini over the Trojans right now. High-scoring game between 18th-ranked Vanderbilt and Utah State, 48-21. Vandy on top of Utah State, 10:50 to go in the fourth. And we've got some big headliners coming up later tonight here in Week 5 of the college football season. As, of course, mentioning our game here, LSU Ole Miss coming up momentarily. But you've got Alabama, Georgia, the 17th-ranked Crimson Tide. They visit Athens tonight at 7:30 on ABC. And a huge one later tonight in the Big Ten, 7:30 on NBC and Peacock. Third-ranked Penn State will host sixth-ranked Oregon. Both teams undefeated coming into the matchup. Well, speaking of undefeated teams, how about our matchup here on Touchdown Radio? Brian Kelly, Lane Kiffin will match wits today in the Grove. And let's start with the visiting head coach, Brian Kelly, talking about the Ole Miss offense earlier this week. Brian Kelly speaking about the Ole Miss Rebels offense.
You know, incredible numbers offensively. And they do it with two quarterbacks now, which is very difficult to do, but they've managed it quite well. With Simmons and Chambliss, both of them have been extremely effective and efficient through their first couple of games, throwing and running. So you've got a dual threat situation. I think Lacey is one of the best backs in the league. You know, Harrison, an outstanding wide receiver. They've got some veteran offensive linemen. And so they're so, you know, obviously efficient at what they do and how they do it. This is what they do. And it's very similar week in and week out, the balance that they have in running and throwing the football.
The thoughts of LSU head coach Brian Kelly earlier this week. This report sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. Let's hear from Coach Kelly on the Ole Miss defense.
Defensively, Harris, Daughtery at linebacker, and Perkins at the edge. They've got an inside presence, they've got an outside presence, and they certainly have it at the linebacker who kind of, you know, makes things happen for them. So, again, a great challenge for us, one that we're looking forward to. We got to go on the road. Anytime you go on the road in the SEC, it's a great challenge, and we recognize that going into this week.
The thoughts of Brian Kelly, the LSU head coach, earlier this week. Let's hear from now the homestanding coach, Lane Kiffin of Ole Miss. He was actually asked about this game being an afternoon kickoff versus a night game at the Grove.
I'm over that. I just know what it's going to be. I told the commissioners here today, we're going to play LSU. It's going to be day during there. And we're going to go down there, and it's going to be at night. So I just know what it's going to be. So it is what it is. I'm sure we'll be at night at Georgia, too. So you can just mark that one in.
That was the media having a little bit of a laugh after that comment. Lane Kiffin also broke down the LSU defense earlier this week.
Well, I think second year in a system defensively helps a lot of times. And they've improved their personnel also. They're the best they've been on defense since we've played them. You know, you got 3 of the 4 starting D linemen are portal guys. 3 of the 4 secondary D-line are portal guys. So they've done a great job with that. They've heavily financially invested into the portal and made that decision. That's no secret. Coach Kelly's talked about that, how much money they've spent, and it shows. Those are 3 guys that were heavily recruited and probably the 3 most expensive portal DBs in the market, and they got them all. So they did a great job with that, and now they're coaching them really well, and they're playing great.
Lane Kiffin this week on the LSU defense. Much has been talked about the Ole Miss quarterback situation. Well, Lane Kiffin also broke down the opponent from his side of things, LSU quarterback Garrett Nussmeier.
Nussmeier does a great job of getting out of trouble and really quick feet and moving around. And he saved the game last year. You know, Perkins has him to go to 4th and 24 or something, and he gets out of that. That probably would have ended the game. So he did a phenomenal job saving that game last year, and really great savvy player.
The thoughts of Lane Kiffin, the head coach of Ole Miss. You also heard from Brian Kelly, the head coach of LSU. Both head coaches in today's top 25 matchup here on the Touchdown Radio Network. And let's now send you back to the Grove for this top 25 matchup alongside the 1992 Heisman Trophy winner Gino Torretta. Brett Dolan for the call today, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. We'll hear more at the half on a busy day of college football, but let's introduce you to the third member of our team while the squads take the field in the fireworks shoot-off here at Vaught-Hemingway Stadium, the 114th meeting ever between the Rebels and the Tigers. K.C. Jones, take it away.
Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure to address you from the sideline. I've had a chance to walk through campus, walk through the amazing Grove with all the tailgates, and I can tell you that today's matchup, the 114th Magnolia Bowl, is ripe with tradition. It has all the color and pageantry and SEC rivalry has to offer. And today's matchup has even more significance. 2 nationally ranked teams, both undefeated. The winner of this game will have the inside track, the SEC championship. Both of you guys.
Yeah, that's what makes this fun. I mean, LSU comes in, the highest-ranked team in the SEC. We mentioned a year ago, LSU won overtime. The only lead they had was on the final play of the game in OT.
Well, this game has come down to the last possession of the last few years, and I wouldn't expect anything other than that. I mean, we talked about, LSU's got a streak here. They've won 7 games in a row, but Brian Kelly's only 500 against top 25 teams while he's been at LSU. The defense has played well. I think the offense for LSU is really trying to find their way. We'll see if Nussmeier is 100% healthy. But when you're talking about a quarterback who averaged 312 yards passing a game in 2024, he's only averaging 240 yards a game this year, and that's with 2 games against Louisiana Tech and Southeast Louisiana. They are also without Caden Durham, their star running back. All SEC, freshman SEC from a season ago. He is out with an injury, so LSU's got a lot of question marks coming into this game. Ole Miss on the other side, they had question marks a few weeks ago. Austin Simmons is out. Chambliss comes in as a Division II quarterback from Ferris State, won a national championship. We didn't know much about him. Well, I can tell you this, I'm not sure Austin Simmons is going to get his job back. He has played outstanding. 300 passing, 100 on the ground in his first start, only the 4th quarterback at LSU to do this. This offense at Ole Miss is exactly what Lane Kiffin wants. Snaps the ball every 20 seconds. They're number 1 in the country in 30-yard plays, tied for number 1 in 20-yard plays, and they are led by their offense.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch, and I think we saw that 2 weeks ago here at Vaught-Hemingway Stadium as the Rebs took down the Razorbacks, even though Arkansas gave them a run into the final couple of minutes. I want to go back to LSU because you mentioned Durham, the running back, injured, and it was difficult to run the football even when he was healthy, Gino, and I think that puts even more on Nussmeier. It's been a torso injury, and they said that he's kind of striding, kind of weight on that front foot to compensate for that rib, that oblique, and the balls have come out high. He's got some talented receivers around him. How many completions, how many yards is he going to have to throw today to keep LSU not only in this game but a chance to win it?
Well, I think with Durham out, he's going to have to throw for close to 400 yards. The sad part here is their offense only averages 391 yards a total in a game. He might have to put those kind of type numbers up. But not a lot has been said. They lose the 4th pick of the draft, their left tackle. They lose 3 other starters on the offensive line. And really, listen, a quarterback and the other playmakers on offense can only play as good as the offensive line can lead them. And I think they've been searching. And I don't think they have near as good an offensive line at LSU. And now they're going to face a defensive front which is playing probably as good as anybody in the Southeastern Conference.
All right, a follow-up for LSU. One of those linemen who's been getting a lot of playing time at different positions is DJ Chester. He's not available for the first half. How about this? At the end of the game last week, LSU lines up for a 59-yard field goal. It's way short. It's returned from the goal line. The defense already committed a penalty. He gets a targeting penalty trying to make a tackle on a kickoff return. So they're without him for the first half in addition to those others.
And DJ Chester, he's their only returning starter on the offensive line, and he's a backup. So what does that tell you? He was probably playing out of position last year, but they lost 4 other starters. They get Braylon Moore, who's experienced a center transfer from Virginia Tech. Josh Thompson, a right guard transfer from Northwestern. Those are the only 2 offensive linemen that have any experience. Then you go to the outside with receivers for Nussmeier. Every one of his top 4 receivers are all transfers. I mean, and listen, that's college football in today's game, but I really think that this offense for LSU has to play a lot better today to win this ball game.
Supposed to get Trey'Dez Greenback, a 6'7" tight end. I would be shocked if he doesn't make 5 or 6 catches, almost posting up some of the defenders with what he can do with his size and strength standpoint.
Our game today brought to you in part by the United Association of Union Plumbers, Fitters, Welders, and HVAC Techs is proud to be built on excellence. We get the job done right, on time, and on budget because our training is second to none. Learn more at ua.org.
It's an 82-degree afternoon, almost spectacular September conditions. Not too hot. The sun is out. The stands are packed. And this always means a lot between LSU and Ole Miss in the Deep South. And LSU is going to kick off. The Rebs will get it first. Ole Miss in their blue uniforms, white pants. Tigers in their traditional traveling whites with yellow helmets and yellow pants. To kick off is Aaron Burrell. Big leg. In fact, we may see a ton of touchbacks over the course of today. Isaiah Hartrup is the deep man for the Rebels. Everybody on their feet here at Vaught Hemingway. Rebels heading from left to right in this first half. Here's the approach and the kick, and this thing may go through the uprights. Lands in the back of the end zone, and the Rebs will have it from their 25. They average 44.8 points a game. That is 12th in the FBS, but there's teams like Mizzou and Vandy in the conference that have scored more. But, Gino, there's no doubt watching Trinidad Chambliss play the other day, 2 weeks ago, it was amazing how seamless it appeared.
Well, there's no question. And when we were told, oh, yeah, he's a runner, he is equally adept with his arm. He was very accurate with the ball. He was decisive with the ball, and his experience showed in these first two starts.
From the left hash, Kejuan Lacey, the running back, to his right. Now they'll shift a couple of tight ends from left to right. The first step of our football game, Chambliss hands off to Lacey, a little stutter step as he crosses over the 25 and then powers out to the 28, where Peyton, the defensive end, will make the stop after a gain of 3.
Kind of interesting. First play trying to go with the run against the teeth and the strength of this LSU defense, the run defense.
Rebels try to go fast. Quick snap and a play fake. Chambliss rolls to his right. Quick pass, go to the 25 to the 30. It's dribbling. He's going to be poked out of bounds right at the 30. So another short gain. It'll bring up 3rd and 5.
Great tackle. A.J. Halsey, the backup Rover linebacker, took out the legs. That would have been a bigger play.
And he's a good one from the right hash. 3rd and 5. First drive of this football game. 2 receivers out to the wide side left. 1 in the tight end right to the boundary. Chambliss taking a long time surveying this defense as Wallace III goes back in motion across the football field. Here's the snap. Did the play clock run out? The flags do fly. That took forever.
Offense number 75. 5-yard penalty.
Patrick Kudus jumped early for the Rebs, and those 5 yards they gained on the first 2 plays will be negated with a penalty.
Ole Miss doesn't even phase them. They didn't even huddle. Just go back to the line of scrimmage.
First drive of the football game, 3rd and 10 from their own 25. Ole Miss has 3 receivers to the wide side left. Couple of deep safeties for LSU. Lap of the hands for Chambliss. Finally gets the low snap. Back scanning, throwing quick pass over the middle. Was knocked down. It was intended for Daquan Wright. A little bit off target. And that's a 3 and out for the Rebs, and LSU will get the football after a punt.
Well, a nice opening drive for LSU and their defense. They get Chambliss and the offense for Ole Miss in a 3rd down and 10 situation. There's 6 defenders in the box on the line of scrimmage. Chambliss and the offensive line aren't sure who's going to blitz, who's coming, but a nice job by Blake Baker, the defensive coordinator, LSU, disguising coverage.
Oscar Bird, the 24-year-old freshman, hits a tight spiral to the left sideline. Xavier Thomas watches it sail out of bounds. LSU has 2 zeros that return kicks and punts. That's going to be fun, but Tigers will have the football. They're going to mark it at their own 25-yard line.
The Teamsters Union offers workers guaranteed employment, better pay, regular raises, health care, pensions, and more. Be fearless, be successful, be secure, be a Teamster. Learn how you can organize at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Tigers came into action today 15th out of 16 teams in the conference in running the football. We'll see what type of success they have, or whether Harlem Berry, a talented freshman, will get a handful of carries. Right now, it's Jawan Johnson, the running back to the left of Garrett Nussmeier, the returning quarterback, threw for more than 4,000 yards a year ago. This crowd in full throat. Nussmeier has to come up near the line to bark to his lineman. 2 receivers wide side right. Nussmeier sends a man in motion. That's Brown. Quick snap. He's looking to the right sideline. His pass was a short one, but a diving catch was made at the 32. It's the tight end Bauer Sharp on a gain of 7.
Well, Sharp just runs an option route from a bunch formation, sits down in the open zone, Nussmeier waits, looks to the outside. Nobody's open outside, comes underneath to the tight end.
He had 5 catches for 73 yards a week ago. Gets 7 on first down.
I think the officials are going to replay this right here, whether it was a catch or not.
We're due for a replay. Not even 2 minutes into the football game.
Let's hope the ACC isn't in charge of this officiating crew. They'll replay everything.
Boy, that crew, they got their money's worth for the rest of the season last night in Charlottesville. And that matchup, Mitchell Wilkins is our replay official. Ken Williamson is our referee. And the clock is stopped with 13:15 to go in our first.
Our game brought to you by A.O. Smith. They're the leader in water heating and water treatment. And they've been around for more than 150 years. A.O. Smith, go to hotwater.com.
Brian Kelly this week was talking about what he wanted out of his team. He knows he has a consistent defense. He said, I want a capable growth offense with efficiency runs. And I'm not sure what any of that means. Gino, he talks about running the football. He says, we don't have to run.
Team?
They may not. That might be part of the problem.
After further review, the ball hit the ground, therefore the pass is incomplete.
That's the loudest ovation I've had for an incomplete pass 2 minutes into a football game that went for 7 yards. This crowd's juiced up, though. I would say, as Casey mentioned,
juiced
we did
up is an
experience the Grove.
They were rip-roaring and ready. Good
Yes.
thing we got here before 10 in the morning, but there was still traffic at 10 in the morning pulling in here to Oxford.
No doubt. Bright sunshiny day in the deep south. Incomplete pass will make it 2nd and 10 for LSU from its own 25. Johnson, who started as a nickel back in his career, now is the starting running back, is to the left of Nussmeier. 3 receivers to the wide side right. A couple of the deep safeties for the Rebs. Nussmeier will send a man in motion. That is Thomas. Here's the snap, and he's going to give it to Thomas running left. Little stutter step got him over the first line at the 25, and then he churns forward for a couple of extra yards to the 28, maybe the 29, where T.J. Daugherty made the stop.
Well, with motion, it almost ends up being a power pistol formation for the run. Xavion Thomas out of Mississippi State has kind of been their jack-of-all-trades, Swiss Army knife, but an explosive playmaker, just unable to get it going.
Trey'Dez Green also in this game. 5 receivers. Nussmeier out of an empty 3rd and 6 from his own 29. Now Johnson comes back and joins him. This Ole Miss defense last year had 52 sacks. Let's see if they come after Nussmeier. Might be having a hard time with the signals. There's the snap on 3rd and 6. Throw over the middle. That pass was tipped in the air. It propels downfield. It falls incomplete.
Well, I talked about the offensive line. Ole Miss defense only rushes 3, and they still hit Garrett Nussmeier as he throws the ball. A high throw over the middle. It gets tipped up. And fortunately for LSU, it falls to the ground and not picked, because anytime a ball tipped over the middle, usually the free safety's somewhere back there to pick that pass off in the tip.
Well, Sage Ryan playing his 48th game. The LSU transfer made the tip. Grant Chadwick on to punt. LSU was terrible on punts a year ago. That was nearly blocked. Punting in the direction of Harrison Wallace makes a fair catch indication and grab right around the 25, maybe the 26. And we've got a timeout. Couple of 3 and outs. 12:18 to go first quarter. The Rebels and the Tigers, no score. From Oxford, you're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Welcome back to Vaught-Hemingway Stadium. Ole Miss 0, LSU 0, 12:18 left in the first quarter. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Touchdown Radio Network.
Along with Gino Torretta and Casey Jones, I'm Brett Dolan. Just read this week, Gino, that we've had the fewest number of punts per game since 1937. Here we are. We've each seen a punt from the Rebels and the Tigers as these teams feel each other out here in Oxford.
Iowa fans are going through withdrawals.
We think that's winning, but apparently they're punting less than ever before. You know, it's interesting. A week ago, the Rebels hosted Tulane, and Ole Miss didn't come out and warm up on the field. And because it was a non-conference game, they went to the comforts of their indoor to get warmed up rather than deal with the heat. Both teams out here during a conference game, but it is delightful. And we're at the 12:18 mark of our first quarter, and the Rebels, wearing those powder blue uniforms, will have the football after the punt from their own 25. Trinidad Chambliss to run the offense again. Kewan Lacey, the talented running back, lines up to his left. 4 receivers in the formation, 2 to each side. A couple of linebackers we'll be talking a lot about for LSU, the Weeks brothers, hoping to make some tackles on this play. Chambliss has really taken a lot of time before he's accepted the snap of the football. Play clock's winding down. Here's the snap and a play fake, and he's back standing in the pocket, looking over the middle. Now dumps one down to the corner, and the pass was knocked away. It was intended for Wright. It was poked in the air by Tamarcus Cooley, and it falls incomplete.
Well, that was a late throw to the right sideline. Tamarcus Cooley, the free safety, had undercut the out route. Trinidad Chambliss gambling with that ball. I thought he should have stayed play side to his left. He had an in route that was wide open. 2nd and 10 now from the 25.
Lacey is yet to get going to the left of Chambliss now, maybe talking to him as he switches sides. Once again, that play clock is winding down. It's at 7, it's at 6. Chambliss really standing and surveying. Play clock's at 2. Here's the snap out of the gun. Pocket holding for the time being. Bounces to his right, tosses to the corner to Lacey, and he may have been out of bounds, and the pass is incomplete. The last option wasn't a good one, and the Rebels have had a hard time against this LSU defense.
Well, LSU comes with another look and a blitz. Chambliss stays in the pocket as long as possible.
Quick snap on 3rd and 10, rolls to his left, being chased, has to throw across his body, and he fires it to the bench, and it's incomplete. He was being pursued by Patrick Payton, the defensive end, and that's another 3 and out for this LSU defense.
Well, there's not a long 3 and out, but these are quick 3 and outs for Ole Miss. They're not getting anything. There's pressure on Chambliss every single snap. Blake Baker, the defensive coordinator for LSU, doing a great job of giving the quarterback different looks, and they have not found an answer yet, this Ole Miss offense.
1 for 5 for 2 yards. Oscar Bird to punt. Xavier Thomas took one back 90 yards in the Texas Bowl. He returns or receives the punt of the 20, cuts to his left, steps out of a tackle, breaks another to the left sideline to the 30, and he's out of bounds at maybe the 31. Nifty return by Xavier Thomas.
Our game brought to you in part by the United Association of Union Plumbers, Fitters, Welders, and HVAC Techs is proud to be built on excellence. We get the job done right, on time, and on budget. Go to UA.org to learn more.
How about this? Our 2 quarterbacks in this game, a combined 1 for 7 for 2 yards. Last week, LSU's quarterbacks, 2 of those completed 35 passes. Juwan Johnson, the running back, is to the right of Nussmeier. 2 receivers to the boundary left. Big tight end Green goes in motion, sets up as the H-back to the right. Nussmeier Again, taking a lot of time before he's ready to accept the snap. Here it comes, a soft snap, standing, throwing, lobs one deep down the right side of the field. The catch is made at the 40, cut back at the 30, to the left sideline 20, it's Thomas. And he's inside the red zone and dropped at the 17. Xavier Thomas with a huge play. Antonio Kite, a touchdown.
Well, the Ole Miss defense, miscommunication. They weren't sure who was guarding who in man coverage, and they let Xavier Thomas go right up the hash mark, scot-free. Nussmeier, pressure in his face, kind of just threw that ball up in the air early and high and lets the receiver run under it. Huge play for the LSU offense early.
50 yards to the Rebels 17, working from the left hash. Green, the tight end. Johnson, the running back. A snap and a play fake and a pitch to the right sideline. That catch is made by Aaron Anderson. Angles to the right sideline to the 10, and he's cut down right at the 10 by Sage Ryan, the safety, for a gain of 7.
RPO fake, bubble screen to the right-hand side, and LSU back to the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 3, working from the right hash, trying to go fast again. LSU has not even bothered to run the football much. Johnson won't get the handoff. The toss goes to the right sideline. Catch is made on the boundary at the 10, and a push is near the marker for a first down. And Xavier Thomas again. He's covered up by a handful of Rebels. I think he's got the first down.
That's a long toss running play right there. The wide receivers are 5 yards from the sidelines in a stacked formation. Nussmeier takes the snap, fires a fastball to the outside.
And it was Barryon Brown who made that catch. The Kentucky transfer. But Gino, it's 1st and goal from the 6.
Right into the student section, loudest part of the stadium here.
LSU's run the football once, and it was a wide receiver who carried. 1st and goal from the 6. A snap and a give to Johnson, and he's going to get just swallowed up by the entirety of that defensive line for Ole Miss, including Cam Franklin. He was the first there, and Gino, that was like running into a wall for Johnson.
It's going to be a loss of 2 right there. Nowhere to go. Great job by the Ole Miss defense. Just rallying to the ball, swarming at the point of attack.
In fact, he lost a couple of yards, so 2nd and goal from the 7. Working from that right hash, as Gino mentioned, heading towards the student section end zone. Nussmeier out of the gun again. Hands extended, surveying this defense. Green will shuffle out in motion. Nussmeier takes the snap, throws to the right sideline. It was tipped, and the deflection was caught. Nick Anderson turned around and played the carom, and the ball came right to him for a Tiger touchdown. Look what he found.
Well, sometimes you need a little bit of luck, but LSU Nussmeier tries to force the ball in on a fade stop to the backside of the end zone. And the ball gets tipped away. Trudez Green, the tight end, is the intended target. Ball gets tipped again up in the air. And then a diving catch by Anderson for the score.
And Sage Ryan might have got his hand on it as well, the LSU transfer. But the first score goes to LSU. And for Nick Anderson, a 2nd touchdown of the season. Got an indication there from our official. I'm not sure what Ken Williamson said.
We got to take a little look at it.
Okay. So they'll review it.
Yes.
Thought Trudez Green might be targeted, but it wasn't a throw high enough for the 6'7" tight end. And it ended up working out, though, for the Tigers.
Higher wages, better health care benefits, a secure retirement. These are the advantages waiting for you in the Teamsters Union. North America's strongest labor union. The Teamsters is home to more than 1.3 million Americans just like you. From UPS to DHL, the American Red Cross, and U.S. Foods, the American economy is driven by Teamsters labor. Don't wait for your fair share. Be part of a growing and powerful labor movement. Learn more at Teamster.org and across social media at Teamsters.
There was a murmur that went through the crowd here at Vaught Hemingway when they saw the replay of Nick Anderson diving, his hands extended towards the corner. Touchdown it is. So the LSU fans near their band to the right of us will celebrate, and the Tigers will set up for an extra point with Damian Ramos. 5 plays, 67 yards. A 50-yard pass play was the big one in that sequence. And LSU on the board first with 9:10 to go here in our first quarter. Ramos sets up for the extra point, the snap, the hold, the kick, but markers come out. The play was blown dead first. Tell you what, extra points have been tough to kick without numerous flags, as we saw a couple of weeks ago when we were here in Oxford. Ken Williamson will explain, I hope, at some point.
He's looking at the Ole Miss sidelines first, so I would assume it's against LSU.
High contact, defense number 6. Half the distance to the goal, replay try.
Poor assumption. It was against Ole Miss.
Was TJ Dottery, the linebacker, the guilty party. Tell you what, for LSU, that takes a little bit of pressure off when you know you're behind the 8 ball from a health standpoint, running the football to be able to score first. Here at Vaught Hemingway. Especially because Trinidad Chambliss is 1 for 5 for 2 yards passing, and Ole Miss has gone 3 and out 2 times. Both times they've had the football.
Well, Blake Baker, the defensive coordinator for LSU, has just come out with a different game plan than Chambliss has had the first couple weeks. The defenses, Arkansas just kind of sat back to see what he could do, and he burned them.
What was I saying about it's hard to even kick an extra point without 2 or 3 flags? There's another one. I think everybody went and the football wasn't snapped. Both sides were blocking and pushing, and no football, no kick.
Offside, defense, number 51, half the distance to goal, replay try.
They keep giving up half the distance to the goal, and
go for 2.
Lane Kiffin's going to, Kelly's going to go for 2.
I think they just declined that penalty, so they'll go ahead and kick it from right around the 8.5 to 9 yard line. They say the third time is a charm, and that's what it would be if LSU is able to execute this extra point, this kick. Damian Ramos has attempted just 6 so far this year and made them all. Both of these teams taking forever before they snap the football. That doesn't help keep these guys onside. Here's the snap to hold the kick. And it's through the pipes, and it is good. So somewhat anticlimactic, but it counts. 9:10 to go first quarter. LSU leads the Rebels 7-0. From Oxford, we'll be back after these local messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Welcome back to Vaught Hemingway Stadium. 9:10 left in the first period. LSU now has a 7-0 lead on the Ole Miss Rebels. Let's go down to the sidelines for an update from Casey Jones.
Thanks, guys. Lane Kiffin being uncharacteristically conservative in that first drive with Trinidad Chambliss. Keeping him in the pocket was 1 from 4 in the pocket, only 1 first down. Remember, guys, what separates Trinidad Chambliss? He's a dual threat quarterback. I expect Lane Kiffin to get him outside the pocket, get him in some RPO situations, drive down the field. Especially against this LSU defense, you can't keep him in the pocket. The pressure will be too much. Back to you guys.
You know, Gino, one consideration, last year was the first time they had the coach to player communication in the headset, and some have said as fast as Ole Miss will go, can they keep talking to Chambliss? Well, remember, at 15 seconds, they shut it off. If you snap early, they also shut it off. But there's been numerous times we've seen Chambliss standing there with the play clock winding down to 7 and 6 and looking, and I'm not sure if he's waiting or if he's looking for something.
Are we sure that Lane Kiffin uses that communication? Because there's like a black tent that gets pitched up there on the sideline to, make sure there's not any secret things being signals in from the sideline.
Well, you're right about that.
Like Casey said, listen, Chambliss has to get kind of off the deck. He's got to be able to run some, be an athlete. But this defense for LSU has speed, and they've shown him a bunch of different looks. And I don't think that Lane Kiffin or Chambliss knows what the defense is doing right now this early in the ballgame.
Burrow has a big leg kicking in the direction of Hartrup. He might have a chance to bring this one out from the 1. He'll take it, runs towards the near sideline of the 10, and he just gets smothered. 2 or 3 Tigers greeted him at the 10-yard line, and that was not a good decision for Isaiah Hartrup.
Not a chance there. A high kick. Got a fair catch that at the 1. Take a knee, take the ball at the 25. Great speed on the kickoff team for LSU. They come down, and there's just nowhere to go. He barely gets back. Nose of the ball's on the 10-yard line.
Well, each team has had 3 rushing yards so far in this game. Kejuan Lacey will be the back. Daquan Wright, the talented tight end. And the Rebels are going to huddle up before they snap from their 10 and slowly come to the line of scrimmage. At least the center, Bryce Sanders, is done. The rest will sprint up. And there's a running back to each side of Chambliss waiting to accept the snap to begin this drive. Here it comes. Play fake. No, he's going to hand off rushing left. That's Deuce Alexander trying to string this play out. It's the LSU defense. And Alexander is cut down right at the 10. And again, there's 2 or 3 Tigers in pursuit, including West Weeks.
What? All 11 defenders on LSU's defense are within 8-9 yards of the line of scrimmage, including the safeties.
Great point. 2nd and 10 snap and a handoff into the line. That is Kejuan Lacey. A little jump cut to his right for a couple of positive yards and maybe out to the 13 or the 14 where he's planted by Guillory. LSU is without one of their defensive ends, Gabe Relaford, who is injured, but they certainly have plenty of defensive talent. This is a 3rd and 6 from the 14. 2 receivers each side of the football field. Chambliss back in the shotgun again. Going in motion is dribbling from right to left. Play clock once again winding down. It's at 8 when the snap comes. Chambliss from the 5 zips it over the middle. Pass is caught by the big tight end right at the 25, and it takes a handful of Tigers to drop him, but that is a nice gain on 3rd and 6 out to the 25-yard line.
Ole Miss motions dribbling from right to left across the formation. It uncovers the tight end. He just runs a basic cross route from right to left in the inside cut. Man, 6'4", 255, just an absolute beast at the tight end position.
He is a load to tackle. 1st and 10 from the 25. Quick snap, quick pitch to the left sideline. Ball caught, and the move is made at the 25 to the 30, and continuing to carry defenders to the 35-yard line.
And Ole Miss just giving LSU defense a dose of their own medicine. The quick wide receiver screen to the outside. Chambliss takes his shotgun snap, throws a fastball to the outside.
I believe that was Lacey. It was hard to tell. There were 4 Tigers around him. Quick snap and a handoff into the line. That's Lacey again. He's going to power for a yard or 2, and then he got smashed down at the 37-yard line by Whit Weeks. And it was Lacey who caught that previous pass that went for about 8. And that's good for a 1st down on the short carry. And the Rebels will have it from their own 32 with a 1st and 10. A snap and a handoff to Lacey over the left side of the line. He stepped away from the first wave of tacklers. He got tripped and fell to the turf at the 45 by Halsey, the safety. And Gino, there's a little rhythm now with this run game.
And Ole Miss just getting into their groove. They like snapping the ball every 22 seconds. They've been even faster than that on this drive.
Gain of 8, quick snap and a handoff again. This time powering near the sticks at the 47 is Kejuan Lacey, but LSU covered him maybe a half-yard shy of the 1st down. Payton again, the defensive end on the stop. It'll be 3rd and a yard. Rebels will continue to operate out of the gun. The snap to Chambliss. Ran into his tight end right and then bounced away from him to get the 1st down. He nearly got some friendly fire on the draw. Payton gets the stop, but that's a 1st down, Ole Miss.
And LSU defense brings in 4 fresh defenders right there as soon as Chambliss goes down to the turf.
New running back who checks in is Logan Diggs. He's got a story to tell if he carries this football. 1st and 10. Rebels from their own 48, just on top of the logo. Chambliss kind of motioning and moving his tight end right as an H-back to his left. 2 receivers to the boundary left. And now Chambliss stares to the sideline when those plays come, and here comes the snap. Chambliss zips it over the middle. Leaping grab made near the 40. Nifty catch by Watkins for a first down to the LSU 39.
Well, a deep in right by Winston Watkins, 5'11", 185, a speedster. Makes a great grab, has to go high up the ladder on the catch, but another Ole Miss first down.
2-time state champion of the 200 in Florida. Snap and a sweep to Deuce Alexander, trying to spin to the left sideline, and an open field tackle was made at about the 38-yard line by Harold Perkins. The first time we brought up his name today, Alexander couldn't get loose. Perkins and Woodland combined on the stop after a gain of 1.
Yeah, Perkins probably one of the best defensive players in college football a couple years ago with a bad knee injury last season, missed most of the year.
Happened on Touchdown Radio. Snap to Chambliss, back of the pocket. Pressure coming, he eludes. He's going to take off, running up the middle. 35-30 into a slide. He's got the first down. He avoided a big hit. The knee touched at the LSU 27. That was nifty.
Great speed. P.J. Woodland in the corner, comes off his route. Looks like he's going to take his head off, but just a great into second base slide underneath the defender.
From the 27, nobody to the strong side, and a handoff to Logan Diggs. He's going to power into the line to the 25. Diggs is a Louisiana native who played with Brian Kelly not once but twice. He was at Notre Dame with him. He was at LSU with him. Playing against him today as Bro makes the stop after a gain of 2. And Kewan Lacey comes right back in after that carry from Diggs. 7-0 LSU. Rebels on the march. Inside 4 minutes to go, first quarter. A 2nd and 8 from the Tiger 25. Football between the hashes. Lacey will shuffle to his left. He's going to take the handoff running right from Chambliss, trying to get to the side of the field, and he got to the 23 where he was chopped down hard by West Weeks, the talented linebacker, and that went maybe for another yard, but not much.
And just an outside run. Nice job by West Weeks, the middle linebacker, in pursuit. Does not let Lacey get to the sidelines.
4 receivers to the wide side left on 3rd and 5 from the 22. It's Wright, who is to the right of Chambliss. Takes the snap on the draw, trying to bounce to his right. He's to the 20, steps out of a tackle. He's got the first down to the 15 to the 14. And that was a nice run. Delane was in pursuit, but he couldn't get him.
A great design play. 3 receivers to the left, tight end to the left. It looks like, okay, Ole Miss is going to do something to the left, and they run quarterback counter draw back to the right.
1st and 10 from the 14. A snap and a give to Lacey, powering into the left side of the line for a couple of hard-earned yards from the 14, maybe to the 12. And, you know, just the tempo and rhythm has been so much better for the Rebels on this drive.
Great drive right here. 15 plays, 76 yards so far, 6:11 off the clock in this Ole Miss drive.
2nd and 8 from the Tiger 12. Football's right between the hashes. 3 receivers to the left. Chambliss with the snap. Quick pitch to the left sideline. That ball is caught. It is Caden Lee. Bounces inside the 10. He gets tackled out of bounds around the 9, maybe to the 8 by P.J. Woodland again.
And these Lane Kiffin offenses, when they get in a rhythm and they got on a roll, I don't think any defensive coordinator in the country has an answer for how to stop them.
3rd and 3 from the 7. This will be play number 17. It's milking a bunch of this first quarter clock as we get down to 2 minutes and change. 7-0 Tigers. 3rd and 3 Rebels from the Tiger 7. Diggs back in, now part of a pistol. Going to shift the tight end right from right to left, along with Stribling. Stribling comes back in motion. Lane Kiffin has to spend a timeout. That took too long, so either they've alternated between some rhythm or some indecisiveness, and we get a break with 1:40 to go in our first quarter. Big play when you come back, 7-0 LSU, and you're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, college football fans, your team isn't the only one building something great. The United Association is the building trades union representing plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, HVAC service techs, welders, and pipeliners across the U.S. and Canada. For more than a century, we've trained skilled craftspeople through 5-year apprenticeships in our gold standard training program to deliver clean water, life-saving fire protection, and so much more. With nearly 400,000 members and almost 300 local unions, we're your playbook for success. Find your path at ua.org today.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Andrew Gibson back with you from the Touchdown Radio Network studios. This Top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. Find out how at Progressive.com. Handful of finals in today. One that went to overtime. 16th-ranked Georgia Tech outlast Wake Forest 30-29. A late field goal for Tech. They are 5-0 to start the season. Illinois needed a 41-yard field goal to defeat USC 34-32, and Notre Dame beat Arkansas badly today 56-13. Let's go back to the Grove, guys.
Fighting Irish had 42 at the half. Long field goal, though, for the Fighting Bielemas as they take down USC. It's 7-0 LSU with 1:47 to go in our first quarter. So, you know, this drive for Ole Miss has been something else. 16 plays, 83 yards, almost 7 minutes, and they're facing a 3rd and 3 from the 7 after a timeout.
Well, and you know, like I said, these offenses for Lane Kiffin, they get on a roll and they get on a rhythm, and there's really no answer. Casey Jones just told us that LSU's defense tried to stay in a certain package, and Harold Perkins, who's basically an outside linebacker, is lined up at defensive end so they wouldn't make substitutions, and maybe he can play nickel in certain situations. But as soon as Lane Kiffin sees that, he just runs the ball right at Perkins, who's lined up at defensive end instead of outside linebacker. Tackle on defensive back usually means a pretty good run situation. So that's kind of the little game that Lane Kiffin will play with the defense, and when he finds a weakness, he will just attack.
Because they want Perkins to rush the quarterback, but obviously when you run at him, it kind of negates both of those thought processes. See what the Rebs have out of this timeout. 3rd and 3 from the 7. They can get a first down at the 4. Working from the left hash, there's 4 receivers in the formation. 3 to the right, and Chambliss has been in the gun the entire time. Biggest play of the football game for the Rebs on this 3rd and 3. Lacey shuffles to his left to snap. Chambliss' pass knocked up in the air and it falls incomplete. Patrick Payton got his big hands on it. The Florida State transfer who played in that Orange Bowl team a couple of years ago swats it down, and he's going to force a field goal try.
Well, and that was an opportunity to score. Daquan Wright, the big stud offensive tight end for Ole Miss, he had essentially just gone just past the goal line and was trying to do like Charles Barkley, just grab a rebound. He had shielded off the defender, and the quarterback, Chambliss, was going to jam one into him, but ball tipped at the line of scrimmage.
This is Lucas Carnero, 10 of 11 so far this year on field goals. He's got a big leg, a shorter kick here, and the kick is on its way, and it's up and good. Short field goal makes it 7-3 LSU with 1:40 to go in our first quarter. So an 18-play drive, Gino, 83 yards, but it only ends up with 3 points.
Well, and those are the ones that kind of come back to haunt you as you progress through a game. When you have successful drives and you only get 3 yards, that doesn't bode well. Our game brought to you in part by the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Increase your wages, improve your benefits, secure a comfortable retirement. Join North America's strongest union and become a Teamster today. Learn how you can organize at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Carnero, with a 25-yard field goal, is going to kick off. 29 of his 30 kickoffs have been touchbacks. So The Rebels have returned exactly one kick all year. They've had one kick returned against them until today. So Carnero has it teed up. Barryon Brown is the deep man. He had 5 career kickoff return touchdowns at Kentucky. That's an SEC record. So he'd love to have a chance for number 6. But Carnero might not give him the chance. There is a stiff wind behind him in the approach and the kick, and that wind is going to blow this thing almost into the stands. Somebody jumped up and knocked the ball down, maybe part of John Glenn's pass list that still sticking around on the sideline, knocked that ball away. Nussmeier, 4 of 6 for 68 yards and a touchdown. Last year, as Gino mentioned, he threw for 29 touchdowns, 4,000 yards. There's a lot of draft people that feel like he might be one of the most talented quarterbacks, if not the best of the country. He makes 2 or 3 plays a game, though, that will leave you scratching your head and wondering how anybody could make a throw like that. So we'll see what we get today. Nussmeier out of an empty. There's 5 receivers in the formation. 3 bunched to the right, 2 to the boundary left. Rebels putting about 6 in the box. Nussmeier with the snap. Quick pitch to the right sideline. That ball's caught to the 25. Bouncing outside is Barryon Brown. Breaks a tackle at the 30 and spins forward for a couple of extra yards to the 32 for the Kentucky transfer.
Well, you mentioned how Brown is so explosive in the return game. LSU trying to get him the ball as quick as possible to let him make a play. What turns into wide receiver screen at the line of scrimmage and a pickup of 7.
Feels like that almost serves as a running game. Johnson, there's a handoff to Xavier Thomas, and he lost his footing as he tried to sprint off the right side of the line and came to the turf at the 30.
Well, that'll tell you the offensive struggles. When your leading ball carriers are listed as wide receivers,
no doubt.
That is not what LSU's used to having, like the old school of Leonard Fournette, some big stud offensive running back in the backfield. They're just motioning different wide receivers into the backfield and handling the ball.
And he lost 2. Back to the 30 where his knee touched. 3rd and 5 from the 30. This crowd in full throat. 35 seconds to go, first quarter. Anderson in motion. He'll stop in the slot. Low snap out of the gun to Nussmeier, throwing to the left sideline. The pass is incomplete, but a marker comes out intended for Aaron Anderson. Jalen Braxton had his hand on the belt of Anderson, turned him a bit. And even though the pass wasn't close, the marker comes out.
Defense number 6.
You sort of heard our referee, but obviously that penalty against
number
the Rebels.
6, T.J. Daughtery, linebacker.
So that's a linebacker out there on coverage. And I would say
the hold or the pass interference must have been so early in the route. I didn't even see it on the replay.
A little turn, there was a little grab, but the pass was off the mark so much I thought they might let it go. Instead, it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 32 where the football's marked. Caleb Jackson is going to be the new running back. Trades Green also in as one of the tight ends, and now
Nussmeier has to call timeout because I'm not sure how you can call penalty and they never reset the 25-second play clock.
He was frustrated.
He didn't even huddle. They're at the line of scrimmage. He looks up. It's got 5 seconds on the clock. He looks back to the official going, hey, you have to reset the clock to 25 seconds so we can run a play. And the official said no.
And then you go, well, I got to spend a timeout. Now, if it's in the first half, it's not that big of a deal. Second half, that hurts. They're continuing to replay that defensive penalty on the big board, and that's what the fans
they were the ones that took a while to make the pass interference call. You know, I thought that was a bad call last night in the Florida State-Virginia game when Virginia has to go for 2 in the second overtime. They don't. They put the kick field goal unit on to kick an extra point and never started the 25-second clock, so there was no delay game.
1st and 10 from the 32 after that timeout with 27 seconds to go in the first quarter. Tigers in front 7-3. Nussmeier sends Trades Green out in motion. Snap to Nussmeier. Back with time to throw. Zipping it to the right sideline. The catch is made on the corner by Chris Hilton Jr. and he steps out near the sticks at the 42. Markers out. Back in the area of holding. Hilton Jr. with the grab. Sage Ryan on coverage. 18 seconds to go in the quarter, but another marker.
Personal foul, hands to face, defense number 96.
Ooh.
15-yard penalty, first down.
Jamarius Brown, the 6'2 sophomore, with the hands to the face of the catch to Hilton. Good for a first down for 10 yards, and then Gino tack on 15 more. And the football is going to be marked into Ole Miss territory, and they're still marking it off. Football is going to be at the Rebels 43. Caleb Jackson, a junior from Baton Rouge, who has 3 carries all season, is the running back to the left of Nussmeier. He's been in the gun all game long. They're at the Rebel 43, maybe the final play in our first quarter. Nussmeier looking to his sideline, back in the gun, standing on top of that logo. Here's a clap of the hands. The Rebels jumped. Nussmeier with the flag out is going to fire a bomb deep down the left sideline. All kinds of fighting. Chris Hilton Jr. was locked up in some pretty tight coverage with Antonio Kite. But the Rebs came across that line of scrimmage on the hard count from Nussmeier. And there's no time left here in this first, but one more penalty for good measure. Take the over on penalties.
Defense number 52. A 5-yard penalty will be enforced to begin the second period.
Will Eccles, the guilty party, will mark that penalty off when we start our second quarter and switch sides.
Fifth penalty in this game. 5 penalties, all against the home team, Ole Miss.
As Lane Kiffin would say, take the over. 7-3 LSU over Ole Miss. And timeout. We'll be back after these local messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, college football fans, your team isn't the only one building something great. The United Association is the building trades union representing plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, HVAC service techs, welders, and pipeliners across the U.S. and Canada. For more than a century, we've trained skilled craftspeople through 5-year apprenticeships and our gold standard training program to deliver clean water, life-saving fire protection, and so much more. With nearly 400,000 members and almost 300 local unions, we're your playbook for success. Find your path at UA.org today.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Tona is here to change your workout game. Founded by the original designer of Lululemon, this new activewear brand is built for women who train hard and want to look incredible doing it. These leggings sculpt your waist, enhance your shape, and support you through every rep. Whether it's weights, Pilates, HIIT, or CrossFit, they're the last leggings you'll ever need. Or your money back with Tona's happiness guarantee. But they sell out fast, so head to tonaactive.com and use code TOUCHDOWN for 20% off and free shipping. Tona, where performance meets power. Welcome back to Vaught Hemingway Stadium as we get ready to start this second period. LSU 7, Ole Miss 3. Our game brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, we offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options to cover your small business needs and more. Visit progressive.com today.
Total yards almost even. Rebels 88, Tigers 86. LSU had the long touchdown drive for 7. Rebels had an even longer drive, but it resulted in just 3 as we switch sides and get ready for the second quarter. Gino, what has caught you by surprise in this game? I don't know if we anticipated a shootout or certainly a lot of points. There's been some stop-and-go portions of this game and trying to find some rhythm for both teams.
Well, I think basically both offenses trying to figure out what the defenses were going to try to do to them today. I thought Ole Miss to be able to come out in their first 2 drives and look terrible and then to hit a rhythm and march right down the field. But what I think is going to happen is Ole Miss has to, and Ole Miss likewise, when they have long drives, they have to score touchdowns in this ballgame.
No, great point. To begin our second quarter, LSU heading from left to right. They're at the Rebel 38 with a 1st and 5 after that offsides penalty at the end of our first quarter. Juwan Johnson, the running back. LSU's almost completely given away the run game. Xavier Thomas circles in motion. Play fake and a pitch and a reverse to Barryon Brown trying to get a block on the corner. There's the acceleration to the 30, and he ran out of real estate and couldn't tiptoe, and he stepped out of bounds at about the 29, being chased out by Wydett Williams Jr. All kinds of misdirection.
That almost looked like a Statue of Liberty play, like fake zone on the inside, and then Gusmeyer just kind of stood there and handed the ball off behind him to Brown as he's in a full sprint from his wide receiver position from out to the right, back to the left.
He got the first down, so they're at the Rebel 29 from the left hash. Johnson lines up to the right of Nussmeier, who walked up near his lineman. Waiting for the snap, four-man defensive front, knee-high snap. Nussmeier continues to backpedal, lobs one over the middle. That pass was intercepted around the 12. It was underthrown, and Williams Jr. jumped up and grabbed it with two hands, and the turnover gets the Rebels off the field.
Well, a great job by Wydett Williams Jr. He just essentially drops in zone coverage underneath the route, and you mentioned Garrett Nussmeier will make some head-scratching plays. This ball is just forced. He throws it in the middle of traffic. There's three Ole Miss defenders around one LSU receiver, yet he still tried to force it in there, and Williams goes up the ladder, gets his first interception here as an Ole Miss Rebel.
I worked the Texas Bowl with an NFL draft guy last December in Houston, and there were two or three times he got so excited from Nussmeier he couldn't stand it, and there were two or three times he looked at me and said, "What is he doing?" And it's an odd scenario. T1 Lacey will join Chambliss behind the line of scrimmage as the Rebels will have it from their own 12 with a 1st and 10. Ole Miss down 7-3. Chambliss trying to get going as well. A clap of the hands, short drop. He's inside the 5. He wants the quick strike and a low pass that was incomplete off the hands of Stribling at around the 17. He was trying to make a diving grab.
Chambliss takes the snap. He looks to his left, and he's trying to set up a wide receiver screen underneath back to his right. Stribling wasn't coming in full speed, had kind of throttled down, and Chambliss just led him a little too far.
Chambliss 5 of 11 through the year. And his left tackle just jumped. Diego Pounds.
Number 61.
You think about the blind side when you come to Ole Miss and Michael Orr and the movie and the book. Well, the blind side right there, Diego Pounds, he was ready to go, but nobody else was.
And these guys are so large right now. Once their body starts moving, there is no chance the officials don't see them.
Yes.
At 6'6" and a svelte 335.
A mass in motion will stay in motion. 2nd and 15 from the 7. Chambliss is almost just in front of the goal line. Here's the snap. Waits for the draw, takes off to his right, cuts back to his left, and he got dropped at the 10, and a marker comes from downfield. I'm not sure if it's a face mask, but our deep official threw it 20 yards. Walter Mathis Jr. made the tackle. Let's see if he's the guilty party.
Well, all the Rebel fans in the end zone, I think, saw that face mask.
This is a long conversation, though, for what seemed like an obvious call.
I will say that. This has got to go up as a top 5 flag throw so far this season. That had to be a good 20 yards in the air.
Lane Kiffin is sprinting down to talk to the official nearest him because he's wondering why this is taking so long. He's wandering on the field with his hands extended, and the referee's trying to get him off the field.
It's not reviewable, is it?
Personal foul, face mask, defense.
I agree with him. What's with the long comment? It's not a reviewable penalty. So if the guy throws a flag that says he saw a face mask, they have to just call it.
Walter Nolan, I thought, got his hand in there, and
it was hands to the face. It was it probably would have looked worse, but Chambliss wears one of those clear shields, so he didn't get a full hold of the face mask.
After the penalty, 1st and 10 from the 25. Chambliss has two receivers to his right. Here's the snap. And he again is going to pull the football back, runs left to the 30. Little nifty move. His feet keep moving over the 33 to the 34. Butler dropped him. That was a crafty run by Trinidad Chambliss.
Well, an RPO and then a run back to the left. Chambliss with great athleticism and moves back behind the line of scrimmage and then burst forward, almost pick up the first down.
9 to the 34. Snap and a handoff. Kewan Lacey purges into the line. He's got the first down. Powers over the 35. Dropped at the 37. Lacey has 7 rushing touchdowns this year. That's second in the country. Used him there just to pick up a couple of yards to move the sticks at 13:15 to go in our second quarter. 7-3 LSU.
Here's the same formation. They ran a quarterback draw back to the left.
Chambliss goes under center on 1st and 10. He's going to pitch to Lacey, running right. Perkins chasing. Lacey makes the turn to the 40. Gets spun around to the 45. He's got the first down to the 50. And there's markers flying another 20 yards downfield. DJ Pickett
That's going to be
on the stop.
That's going to be holding on the outside. His receivers were trying to block at the point of attack at the line of scrimmage. More than one official saw the hold.
Holding, offense number 9.
That's Luke Haas. Arkansas transfer the tight end in. What these officials lack in expediency, they make up for in their arm strength, throwing these flags 25, 30 yards. There was a flag coming in each direction from 25 yards on that hold by Haas. So the penalties giveth, they taketh. 7-3 LSU at our second quarter with 12:57 to go before the half. We got 2 big games in this time slot. They're both 7-3 in the second quarter. I think we expected more points than the Big Ten matchup. And the football is going to be marked all the way back to the 27. Daquan Wright in after the hold from Haas. 1st and 20. Logan Diggs, the new running back, to the left of Chambliss. 4-man defensive front for LSU. 3 linebackers a few yards off the line of scrimmage. A snap and a play fake. Chambliss bouncing to his right. Dumps one down. Lacey the catch on the sideline to the 25. That's Diggs, I should say. Few extra yards. And they're going to mark him out before he got those extra yards. They say he stepped at the 25 or 26. Whit Weeks there in pursuit, who happens to be dating the head coach of the Rebels. Always makes things interesting in rivalry
I don't think he's
week.
dating the head coach of the Rebels.
Daughter.
He might be dating the
His
daughter of the
Landry.
head coach
Yes,
of
that
the
is
Rebels.
correct. He is dating Lane's daughter, who attends school here, and they had some fun social media interaction this week. 2nd and 16 from the 31. Wright's going to shuffle in motion, a little bit confused where he's going to come to a stop. Chambliss with a play fake will drop. He's inside his 15, rolling to his right. He's really being chased now and has to throw one into the sideline over the head of Wallace. Pyburn was chasing Trinidad Chambliss, the senior from Jacksonville. And Gino, it's 3rd and 16, so it looked like the Rebels had a little bit of rhythm, but they've given it back here in the second quarter.
Yeah, when you get behind the chains, this offense ill-equipped.
3rd and 16. LSU has 4 safeties or corners about 15 yards downfield, spread out across the field. Chambliss will pull the football back after a play fake, and he just paid the price. He got hammered by a handful of Tigers at the 28-yard line. One of those was Jack Pyburn. He had some help as well, along with Patrick Payton. It's going to force a punt from Oscar Bird, formerly of the Perth Football Club, but he's going to be on to punt. And remember, LSU has some dangerous return men, including Xavier Thomas, who's back at his 25. And the wind seems to be a little bit in the face of Bird here in this second quarter. Here's the snap and a roll to the right, and Bird will hit a spiral that's going to send Thomas to his left, and he bobbled it on the sideline, but he was going to be out of bounds anyhow, and I think that's going to be right around the 27-yard line. 11:22 to go. And guess what? We got a penalty down. Looks like we got a procedure penalty. We've had 8 so far in this game, 7 to the Rebels. And they're about to have their 8th.
Illegal formation, offense, more than 4 players lined in the backfield. 5-yard penalty, repeat 4th down.
They're going to make them punt again. 8 penalties, Gino. That can't throw the Rebel offense, defense, anybody on that Ole Miss sideline right now.
You'd think if it was going to be, you'd maybe get homered. You'd get it on the other team. But, yeah, Ole Miss not playing clean football right now. All the way around.
Looks like they're going to back them up, but the units aren't on the field, so here they come. I know you like a breather after you've just run down the field, but when you're penalized, that's your punishment. You got to do it again. You got to go.
Well, you can't blame LSU when you have a guy like Xavier Thomas who's explosive in the backfield, back there returning the punt.
Still find it amazing they got two number zeros, different players that are both big-time return specialists. One returns kicks, one returns punts. If they ever switch them on us, we're in trouble. Bird's going to be standing at about his 9, and LSU's not going to come after him. Bird with a spiral, a little bit better kick. Going to send Thomas drifting to that exact same spot. He fumbled it again on the sideline twice in a similar area. He couldn't quite gather it in, maybe looking down to see where he was on the sideline. After all that, it'll be Tiger football, 11:14 to go, second quarter. Tigers leading 7-3 here at Vaught Hemingway. And we'll step aside. You're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Hey, it's Heisman Trophy and Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award winner Gino Torretta. A.O. Smith has been around for more than 150 years and provides some of the most innovative water heating and water treating solutions available. I trust A.O. Smith for my hot water needs, and you should too. They make water heaters for every home and business. Get an A.O. Smith Adapt Gas tankless like mine with X3 technology that doesn't need any annual maintenance. Visit hotwater.com to find an A.O. Smith contractor near you. Hey, college football fans, your team isn't the only one building something great. The United Association is the building trades union representing plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, HVAC service techs, welders, and pipeliners across the U.S. and Canada. For more than a century, we've trained skilled craftspeople through 5-year apprenticeships and our gold standard training program to deliver clean water, life-saving fire protection, and so much more. With nearly 400,000 members and almost 300 local unions, we're your playbook for success. Find your path at ua.org today. Become a part of North America's strongest labor union. Join the Teamsters. Home to more than 1.3 million hardworking people, the Teamsters move America on the roadways, at the ports, in the skies, and on our rails. Rank and file Teamsters are the backbone of our nation's supply chain. Support union labor and become a union member, no matter where you work or what you do. Be a Teamster today. Learn more at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Welcome back to Oxford. LSU 7, Ole Miss 3, 11:14 left before halftime. The United Association of Union Plumbers, Fitters, Welders, and HVAC Techs is proud to be built on excellence. We get the job run right on time and on budget because our training is second to none. Learn more at ua.org.
7-3 LSU. The punt of 49 yards was fumbled out of bounds. When these teams were undefeated in 1959 and they met in Tiger Stadium on Halloween night, Billy Cannon had that famous 89-yard punt return touchdown. He won the Heisman. LSU won that game 7-3.
Otherwise known as the earthquake game. The crowd went crazy so much it tremored and it registered on the Richter scale in Louisiana.
I've seen that grainy black and white video probably a few hundred times. I'm sure in Louisiana it's been played thousands of times. We didn't have quite the same return there from LSU. They'll have it after the punt from their own 27, leading 7-3. Rebels have more total yards, 105-95, but the Tigers got that touchdown pass on the deflection. Nussmeier 6 of 9, 85 yards through the year. Gino, they're not really even trying to run the football, which is interesting right now.
Well, and the only attempts have been when they motion the wide receivers into the backfield and try to get them the ball on a jet sweep or some type of gimmicky run play.
Juwan Johnson is to the right of Nussmeier. Those backs have been primarily blockers. Nussmeier barking for the football, snapping a play fake, back pocket crumbling. He's going to fire deep down the left sideline. A lot of fighting, and the pass falls incomplete, intended for Barryon Brown, who is being tightly defended by Ricky Fletcher the entire way down the football field.
Good job by Ricky Fletcher, just getting the inside leverage as the receiver Brown's trying to run a post route.
2nd and 10, LSU. From its 27, it's a Rebel defense under Pete Golding that last year led the country in sacks and TFLs. They've not been as prolific this season. They'd like to get to Nussmeier to at least put a few knocks on him. Here's the snap and a handoff running left. That's Xavier Thomas again, powering towards the boundary over the 30, and that scrum will be dropped and end at the 31. Will Eccles and Centurion Perkins. They're combining the stop. And it's 3rd and 6 from the 31.
A little surprised we haven't mentioned Centurion Perkins, the preseason All-American, at 10.5 sacks in last season, has not had one single sack yet this season for Ole Miss.
Great point. Big play guy. 3rd and 6 from the 31. Crowd in full throw. 2 receivers each side of the football field. Low shotgun snap. Pocket beginning to crumble. Nussmeier's taken off, but his jersey was grabbed from the backside by Perkins. He heard you. This time he held on to Nussmeier. He'll get the stop.
Well, last year, Jackson Dart was sacked 6 times, and right there, Centurion Perkins, nice job, gets off the edge and essentially catches the quarterback, Nussmeier, from the backside, chases him down for the sack.
He'll end up giving him 1 yard, so no sack, but he does get the stop, and he is going to force a punt. Clock's inside 10 minutes to go in our second quarter. 7-3 Tigers. Rebels to get the football back. And the kick from Chadwick is a wobbler that's going to bounce at the 35. Take an LSU bounce. Picked up at the 20. Returned up the left sideline to the 25. Wallace, the third, got popped on the sideline. The fans want a marker. There's none forthcoming. Let's see where they're going to mark him out. The officials are going to put the football at the 23. Well, that was really close, Gino. That tackle was made about in the green outside the white sideline. And that white is several feet wide, or the width is one where once you get past that to the sideline and you get tackled, you might expect some marker, but we've had plenty so far, and officials still can't figure out where they want to spot it. Now they'll put it at the 30. Do you do anything differently with Chambliss, considering at times it hasn't come as smoothly as previous weeks for him, the D2 transfer?
No, I don't think so. I think this is just a credit that this is the best defensive team that Ole Miss has played so far this season.
You don't get this type of defense at Ferris State. 1st and 10 from the 30. A high snap. Chambliss pulls the football back, throws to the right sideline, back shoulder toss, and the catch was made in LSU territory.
That was a great job.
Deuce Alexander.
By Alexander, going back to the ball, coming around the defender, making a tough catch in traffic. The transfer from Wake Forest. Big play to open this drive.
Indeed it is, to the 47 of LSU. What a catch by Deuce. Going fast now. A snap and a give to Lacey. Starts left and cuts into a wall of LSU tacklers. Lacey won't even get dropped. He was surrounded by maybe 4 or 5 LSU players, including West Weeks, and they just blew that play dead. Previous one went for 23 to Alexander, who a year ago played against Ole Miss for Wake Forest and got pounded 40-16. If you can't beat him, join him. And he did. 7-3 LSU, 8:50 to go second quarter. Rebels have a 2nd and 10 from the Tiger 47. Chambliss on a play fake again, scanning, looking. He wants the deep ball, and no one's home as he fires it to the left pylon. Harrison Wallace, Gino, had either cut off that route or that was a bad decision.
Well, I think there's a late flag, but there's miscommunication because Wallace looked to the sidelines and you're like, this is what I saw. And I think one of the coaches were like, no, you were supposed to run a different route.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense number 62. Penalty is declined. Next down.
How about the center being downfield? Bryce Sanders. There was miscommunication everywhere in that play.
We saw a game last year where the center went downfield. The tight end for Iowa against USC. Remember, he snapped the ball?
That's right.
Their odd formation.
That's
He
right.
was the last man on the line of scrimmage. He snapped the ball. They threw it to left to the quarterback, and then he ran right down the field and caught a touchdown.
Tyler Warren. We'll see Penn State soon here on Touchdown Radio. 3rd and 10, Ole Miss. Lacey shifts to the left of Chambliss. Couple of deep safeties for the Tigers. Chambliss gets rid of that football, fires to the right sideline to the 40. Catch is made. Nifty run. First down inside the 35 to the 30. It's Deuce Alexander again. The Deuce got loose with a nifty move to pick up the first down.
6 foot, 180 pounds. Deuce Alexander, great quick feet, catches that ball and just whoop, whoop, whoop. Mixes up, misses a couple makes a couple defenders miss.
Chambliss accepts the snap, little shoulder fake, looking back to his left, firing downfield. The catch is made at the 15. It's Caden Lee to the 5. The football came out. It was fumbled. It was recovered by LSU. It's a touchback. A.J. Halsey there for the Tigers. Caden Lee.
And Lee's still on the ground.
Is down
hurt.
at the 3.
The quarterback, Chambliss, he pumps to the right, freezes LSU's defense. Lee goes right up the left hash mark, wide open, makes a great catch. He's fighting for extra yards. And as he's going down, went down hard, ball comes out, and LSU recovers.
Caden Lee, they're holding his shoulder, he's injured, but he's going to walk off, and we've got a timeout with 8 minutes to go second quarter. Big break for the Tigers. They lead 7-3. We'll be back after these local messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Hey, it's Heisman Trophy and Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award winner Gino Torretta. A.O. Smith has been around for more than 150 years and provides some of the most innovative water heating and water treating solutions available. I trust A.O. Smith for my hot water needs, and you should too. They make water heaters for every home and business. Get an A.O. Smith Adapt Gas Tankless like mine with X3 technology that doesn't need any annual maintenance. Visit hotwater.com to find an A.O. Smith contractor near you. Hey, college football fans, your team isn't the only one building something great. The United Association is the building trades union representing plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, HVAC service techs, welders, and pipeliners across the U.S. and Canada. For more than a century, we've trained skilled craftspeople through 5-year apprenticeships in our gold standard training program to deliver clean water, life-saving fire protection, and so much more. With nearly 400,000 members and almost 300 local unions, we're your playbook for success. Find your path at ua.org today. Become a part of North America's strongest labor union. Join the Teamsters. Home to more than 1.3 million hardworking people, the Teamsters move America on the roadways, at the ports, in the skies, and on our rails. Rank and file Teamsters are the backbone of our nation's supply chain. Support union labor and become a union member, no matter where you work or what you do. Be a Teamster today. Learn more at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Andrew Gibson back with you from the Touchdown Radio Network studios with this Top 25 scoreboard update sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, motorcycle insurance, and more. Visit Progressive.com today. It's been a couple low-scoring affairs across the country. Number 1, Ohio State only leads Washington 7-3. They're just a few ticks away from halftime in that game. The Buckeyes up 7-3 over Washington. Elsewhere, 9th-ranked Texas A&M leads Auburn 10-3 as they close in on the half. 10-10 Indiana, Iowa, 3 seconds to go before the half, and Tennessee leads by 3 against Mississippi State with 5 minutes to go first quarter, guys.
How about both games in the state of Mississippi, Gino, going on at about the same time? I would say the malls are probably clear and available to anybody who wants to go today.
Wasn't a lot of traffic going south on 55 from Memphis. I was a little shocked. But I'm sure Stark Vegas has got it going on.
Bet it does. It's 7-3 LSU here. 8 minutes to go second quarter. Looked like the Rebels were going in for a score, maybe even have first and goal inside the 5 before a fumble and a recovery in the end zone. And you know, this LSU defense, we know about their 6 interceptions, but obviously that's another big play to force a turnover and in essence take points off the board.
Yeah, Ole Miss's drive, 3 punts, 1 field goal, and then the fumble after the long drive. It has not been a successful offensive day nor consistent offensive day for Ole Miss.
New running back is Harlem Berry. He's a freshman they really like. Working out of a pistol, Nussmeier now will shift Berry to his right. They call him a bit of a home run hitter. A snap and a play fake and a pitch right sideline is caught by Aaron Anderson. Angling over the 25 to the 30. A marker comes out again. Anderson gets up and celebrates what's a first down, but this one probably coming back. Jordan Yates on the stop off a big week last Saturday against Tulane with 11 stops.
It's just a
holding, offense number 14. 10-yard penalty.
Well, you aren't going to miss Trey'Dez Green at 6'7", 240 if he is guilty of a hold, and he was. So
both of these offenses, it's a lot of different ways just to run wide receiver screen.
Yep.
That's what they're doing, and it's not easy when you're on the perimeter. You're expected to make a block on the defensive back, and what we've seen is a lot of holding calls on those blocks so
11
far.
total penalties in this game. That's why it's 7-3 LSU, and they're backed up to their 10 where it's 1st and 20. And again, when you can't run the football, you have to find some ways for some low percentage quick passes. Anderson in motion from left to right. Low snap to Nussmeier, standing near the goal line, throwing it downfield. Incomplete. The pass was intended for Anderson, who got absolutely drilled. He was trying to make a leaping grab, and he was extended a bit, and he got popped hard by Williams Jr.
Williams Jr. lines up in the free safety position. He gets over to the ball late. The throw is right up the hash mark. And that hit right in the back, in the lower back area, kidney area of the receiver for LSU.
Williams was the safety who recovered the fumble to finish off the game against Arkansas a couple of weeks ago. 2nd and 20 from the 10. Xavion Thomas was lined up as a running back. He'll shift to the slot to the left. Nussmeier's had a lot of low snaps. Another one below his belt. He's back near the goal line. A foot in the end zone. Rolls to his right. Is he going to throw on the run? He is. He's going to zip a ball into heavy traffic. Tipped in the air and it falls incomplete. There were 2 Rebels surrounding Trey'Dez Green, and that was dangerous.
Well, a defender is down for Ole Miss. We're going to have to figure out who that is. But again, a high-risk throw by Garrett Nussmeier. He's flushed out of the pocket. He throws it in the middle of 4 Ole Miss defenders.
I think it's Prince Will Umanmielen.
Office number 71. Penalty is declined. Look out.
Left tackle Tyree Adams, who's replacing Will Campbell, who was that 4th pick in the draft last year to New England, was downfield. And Umanmielen being attended to, so we'll take a timeout as well. 7:31 to go, second quarter. LSU still leading Ole Miss 7-3. You're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Progressive knows RV owners like to travel at a nice, relaxing pace. Just like this commercial. They're not rushing to a departure gate at the airport because they depart from their driveway. And they can relax even more knowing they're protected by Progressive. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
From airline pilots to zookeepers, UPS delivery drivers, DHL, and the American Red Cross, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters represents the American worker. No matter where you work or what you do, you have a home in the Teamsters Union. Increase your wages, improve your benefits at work, secure a comfortable retirement. Join North America's strongest union and become a Teamster today. Learn how you can organize at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Welcome back to Oxford. 7:31 left until halftime. Ole Miss 3 points. The LSU Tigers with 7. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Touchdown Radio Network.
I like the Coach O voice from Gino Torretta. 7-3 LSU. They're listening today on the Ticket in Dallas on Sports Radio 950 KJR in Seattle. Sirius XM 381, 971. You can always listen to us. Stream live on YouTube at Touchdown Radio or the Odyssey app.
That voice haunted me my freshman year when I was on the scout team. And Eddie O was our scout team coach.
Who was also the head coach
here
in Oxford.
The head coach in Louisiana.
That's right. In fact,
we should have called JoJo. See if he's still selling Hummers here in Oxford.
You know, when Brian Kelly thinks about the pressure, the last 3 head coaches at LSU all won national championships. And he's trying to avoid a loss today at Ole Miss, and it's 7-3 Tigers. LSU will have it 3rd and 20 from their 10. 2 receivers wide side right. There's 3 deep safeties for the Rebels at the 30. Nussmeier's been off and on today. 6 of 12 through the air. They're going to run the football up the middle. That is Harlem Berry, the freshman, he's going to power over the 18 to the 20. And that was just get a few yards back so we can punt, which you rarely see in the SEC. Perkins on the stop for the Rebels. Clock still rolling, 7:13 to go in our second quarter. Gino, I thought we would see some good defensive performances. Are you surprised they've overwhelmed the offenses the way they have?
Not really. We weren't really sure how good or bad LSU's offense was coming into this. Their numbers are way down from a season ago. We weren't sure that was a function of losses of personnel, which I think it was.
I think you're right. Harrison Wallace III with the fair catch. He had a flyby from a Tiger, and the catch was made.
You know, in a situation where Ole Miss, you're trotting out a quarterback that's experienced at Ferris State. He's faced one SEC defense so far. That was Arkansas. Arkansas's defense isn't near as good as LSU's, so I think it's just been him trying to make some adjustments here in this game, but it's a lot better personnel that he's seen and played against ever in his career.
Yeah, he passed for 353 against the Razorbacks, ran for 62 at a couple of scores. Last week he passed for 307, ran for 112. At Ferris State last year, he played in front of about 60,000 fans for 15 games. He played in front of 65,000 fans in that start against Arkansas. He'll have it from his own 30, will the Rebs. From the right hash, Kejuan Lacey lines up to the side of Chambliss. Another long delayed count, high snap, and a handoff to Lacey. He's trying to bounce to his left. Tigers will string that out. Marker comes out as Lacey's planted at the 30 by Halsey and West Weeks.
It's going to be the 9th penalty against Ole Miss so far in this ballgame.
8 for 49 to this point.
Offense number 8. 10-yard penalty for the previous spot.
That's Daquan Wright, the big tight end, who's been a huge part of their offense, the Virginia Tech transfer, but the holds have been in vogue today. So instead of a run for no gain, the football is going to be marked back to the 20, where it's going to be 1st and 20. 6:40 and rolling with the clock here at Vaught-Hemingway Stadium. 7-3, LSU with the lead. Chambliss passing today has gone 9 of 17 for 112 yards. Logan Diggs checks in as the new running back, and Wright will now shift as the H-back to the right to the boundary. Chambliss with a clap of the hands, a play fake, short drop, back to the 10. Pressure coming, throws off his back foot, and that was a wounded duck. And another marker comes out, back inside the 5. It was dropped at the feet of Jack Pyburn.
Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be intentional grounding or hands to the head of Chambliss, the quarterback.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense, the 33. 15-yard penalty for previous spot. Automatic first down.
I thought he said 33, which would be West Weeks. Pyburn was the man pleading his case. And, you know, this was going to be just a rough situation for Ole Miss, and it was Weeks who kind of pushed Chambliss down in the end zone after that wobbly pass floated away.
It was a weak call on Weeks because that was basically Chambliss threw it away late. Weeks has his hands on the quarterback and he pushes him down to the ground. I mean, a little ticky-tack for.
Well, I would tend to agree.
Personal foul.
Second leading tackler on this team gets the guilty verdict against him, and the football is going to be marked up to the 35, 1st and 10 for the Rebels. Lacey back in as the running back to the boundary to Chambliss, staring across that 4-man defensive front. A snap and a play fake, pressure coming. His pass batted down again at the line of scrimmage. Chambliss is only 6 foot tall. That's back-to-back passes that have been impacted by the LSU defensive front.
Well, this defensive front for LSU, well coached. If they don't get near the quarterback, Patrick Payton is 6'6", 255, the transfer from Florida State. He's around the line of scrimmage, just jumps up when he sees Chambliss throwing that ball and knocks it down.
LSU might come after Chambliss on a 2nd and 10 play. They do. Gets rid of the football and then fires it downfield, and there was only a Tiger there. It was nearly picked off. Diving to try and make the grab was DJ Pickett, who was trying to pick it, but it was incomplete.
Well, there was 2 receivers for Ole Miss in the general vicinity, and both were looking at each other like, who was that ball thrown to?
So it's 3rd and 10 after that penalty, and LSU may have jumped. Chambliss with a free play, fires to the sideline, but they blew it dead, and the fans don't like that. I guess that's unimpeded or unabated to the quarterback when you barrel over a lineman.
Offside by contact, defense number 88. Under penalty.
Bernard Gooden.
Well, I think the contact on the offensive lineman came before the ball was even snapped.
Fans didn't like it because the pass was quickly caught, and you feel like you have a free down, but the contact was going to blow that play dead. So we needed another penalty, but now it's 3rd and 10. 3rd and 5 from the 40. The scoreboard's running a little bit late. Need to get to the 45. A lot of late shifting and substitutions for LSU. They're going to run one of the big guys, Guillory, in as the defensive tackle. 3rd and 5 from the 40. Snap to Chambliss. Back pressure holding. Pass is complete on the left sideline. 45-50 into LSU territory. It's Winston Watkins, the Fort Myers kid. He's got the first down, and they're into Tiger territory.
Well, just a flat route by Watkins. Fakes like he's going to come inside.
Quick snap, quick pitch to the left sideline, caught by Lacey to the boundary, and he's going to be quickly pushed to the bounds inside the 45 to the 44 by Halsey. Previous play went for 12 to Watkins. They really like Halsey, and he was able to make that stop after a gain of 3. 2nd and 7 from the LSU 45, 7-3, LSU leading. Watkins goes in motion. Chambliss is going to fire to the right sideline, and that pass is going to be picked off. DJ Pickett down the left sideline, 30, 25, 20, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown. There's all kinds of markers down at the 30. If it's against LSU, this pick 6 by DJ Pickett will be negated. Gino, what did you see on the
Well, they were trying to throw the fade stop, and the receiver did a great job on the prior one where he fought off the defender and made the catch. That one, the defender just did a little bit better job of fighting to the ball. I'm curious. This could go either way because there was contact between the receiver and the
defense number 3.
Because on the prior one, the receiver kind of pushed the defender out of the way as he went around him to make the catch on the stop. This one, the defender did not allow the receiver to do that.
Well, the penalty was on Pickett. Pass interference. It negates his interception and what would have been a 71-yard pick 6. But, this drive alone has been some ugly football, and LSU has really helped the Rebels out in several occasions.
Well, this has been an ugly offensive performance on both sides. LSU 191 yards offense. LSU only 110 so far. 9 penalties against Ole Miss for 59 yards. Now 5 penalties for 60 against LSU.
1st and 10 at the LSU 30 with the Rebels down 4. A snap. Chambliss will fire down the right sideline. Back shoulder attempt at a catch. A lot of contact. Harrison Wallace III couldn't grab it, but a marker comes out late. And another PI. P.J. Woodland, I think, was locked up. That was an easy call.
Pass interference. Defense number 11. 51
It's a lonely position out there in one-on-one coverage at the corner. There's good coverage by Woodland. The ball is poorly thrown. It's underthrown. As a defensive back, when the receiver stops and tries to run around you, it's just a natural instinct to grab on, hold on.
Underthrown balls are just begging for PIs. And the Mississippi kid, P.J. Woodland, playing for LSU. This could have been a 3-and-out deep in their own territory. All of a sudden, after that mark off, the Rebels have 1st and 10 from the Tiger 15, down 4 points here in the second quarter. Chambliss with a high snap. Hands it off to Lacey. Big seam, bounces to the 10, cuts to the right, walks to the goal line, and into the end zone. Touchdown, Rebels. Kewan Lacey, his 8th of the season. And that's the first Ole Miss touchdown in this game, and they have the lead 9-7.
Well, great blocking at the point of attack by the offensive line. It's a blitz by LSU's defense, and as soon as Lacey gets through the first line of defense and the blitzers, there's nobody back there. He jukes the free safety. Free safety doesn't have a chance as Lacey walks in for the score.
Carnero is 100 for 100 in PATs in his career. That was a 70-play drive, 70 yards on the drive, and the kick is up and good, in which the Rebels ran for 15 yards, passed for 16 yards, and everything else, Gino, was penalties on pass interferences or roughing the passer.
More penalty yards than yards of offense.
Easily in that drive. 5 plays, 70 yards, and only 31 of those were legitimately earned. And it's 10-7, Ole Miss with 5:09 to go in our second quarter. So, tell you what, this LSU defense, they were on the field a lot. They had some penalties. They had a pick 6 negated. They had some pass interferences. The roughing the passer, though, really set that up at the goal line, which was maybe unfortunate for LSU.
Yeah, of all those penalties, I really didn't think it was much, enough to give a 15-yard penalty, maybe a warning to the defender Weeks, but it wasn't like he went after the quarterback extra. He had his hands almost on him. He just pushed him down on the ground, but the official thought differently.
Barion Brown, he had 5 career kickoff returns for touchdowns, is back at the goal line. Carnero, though, coming into this game, Lucas had 29 of his 30 kickoffs for touchbacks. Big leg for Carnero. The approach in the kick, and this is a high but shorter kick that is going to be taken from the 1. And a chance to return by Parker, running over the 15. Ran into a scrum and a pile of Rebels at the 20, and that return will end. So better than a touchback with 5:01 to go in our second quarter. Rebs leading the Tigers 10-7.
Become part of North America's strongest labor union. Join the Teamsters, home to more than 1.3 million hardworking people. The Teamsters move America on the roadways, at the ports, in the sky, and on our rails. Rank and file Teamsters are the backbone of our nation's supply chain. Support union labor and become a union member. No matter where you work or what you do, be a Teamster today. Learn more at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Nussmeier 6 of 12 for 85 yards. He's got both Thomas and Johnson to each side of him out of the gun with a 1st and 10 from the 20. This crowd making some noise at Vaught Hemingway. Nussmeier surveying a 4-man defensive front. Belt high snap, turns, pitches right sideline, pass go to the 15 to the 20. That is Xavier Thomas, some acceleration. He's continuing to run, but he stepped out. He was marked at the 32. He's still running down the right sideline, but the official marked him at the 32. And Xavier Thomas was trying to really break a big one.
Well, again, another quick, short throw that'll replace the running game that you don't have for LSU.
12-yard gain and a 1st down. Got 2 footballs on the field. That's 1 more than we need, so 1 is tossed aside. 4:36 to go before the half. LSU with the ball down 10-7. Johnson and Thomas remain in each side of Nussmeier. I think he's been in the gun all game long. 2 receivers wide side left. Nussmeier with a clap of the hands, another low snap. Hands it off to Thomas, running to the boundary to the 30. And he made a business decision to try and go low and dive out of bounds at the 32. Ricky Fletcher was there chasing. We'll be inside 4 minutes to go in the second quarter before the Tigers snap again. Down by 3. Couple of undefeated teams, top 11 teams here at Vaught Hemingway. 2nd and 9 from the 33 inside the right hash. The tight end Sharp switches from left to right. Nussmeier waits for the football. Here it comes, leaning forward, able to glove it. Throws over the middle. The pass was bobbled and finally collected to the 33, and spinning and carrying to the 38 will be Aaron Anderson. He kind of played the carom off his left hand, but brought it in so it wasn't picked.
Well, a delayed drag route by Anderson from right to left. He's only 1 yard downfield. Nussmeier throws this ball behind him in his right shoulder pad. It was a high throw. Great job by Anderson to able to bring it in and just to make the catch.
And I got a couple of yards, so it's going to be 3rd and 4 for LSU from their own 38. Tigers trailing 10-7. Crowd trying to make this difficult. 3 receivers wide side right. That includes Green. Now Parker will set up in the slot. Nussmeier claps his hands, gets the snap, back, looking to the right, backpedaling again, standing in the pocket, completes a short pass to the left, and that was it. Caught at the 38-yard line by the back, Caleb Jackson, who was planted immediately by the linebacker T.J. Daugherty. Nothing after the catch. It's 4th down.
Great job by the secondary Ole Miss. Nussmeier's got nowhere to go. He's got plenty of time to survey the entire field and look downfield. Goes to his outlet, and then Daugherty, as soon as the catch is made, makes the tackle.
Chadwick, who averages 46 yards a punt, stands at about his 25. Harrison Wallace III, they call him Trey, is back inside his 20. Kicking towards the shadows And the kick is a wobbler and a short one. Wallace is going to race up, make the catch of the 25, steps out of a tackle, and LSU is able to surround him to keep him from really maybe getting into the second level, and dropped at the 31 with 2:17 to go in our first half. Ole Miss 10, LSU 7. And total yards have been pretty low. 206 for the Rebs, 128 for the Tigers. LSU led 7-3 after one quarter. The Rebels' touchdown that they just had on the run from Lacey, the 15-yard gallop, his 8th rushing score of the year. That's the only points, Gino, we've had in this entire second quarter.
Evening, sir.
Trinidad Chambliss, 11 of 21 for 128 yards passing. At Ferris State last year, he had 51 touchdowns, 26 pass, 25 rush. Out of the gun all game long. Soft snap, play fake, back in the pocket, zips one over the middle. Pass is caught at the 45. It's Caden Lee's back in the game. He was injured earlier when he fumbled, and he's going to take that football after the catch to the Tiger 39.
Great job by Lee. Goes right up the hash mark, busts to the inside, and an absolute strike by Chambliss on the throw.
Casey Jones let us know that Caden Lee went into that injury tent, came back out. And that was a play of 30 yards, takes us to the 2-minute timeout. We'll break. 10-7 Rebels over the Tigers. Back after these local messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Progressive knows RV owners like to travel at a nice, relaxing pace. Just like this commercial. They're not rushing to a departure gate at the airport, because they depart from their driveway. And they can relax even more knowing they're protected by Progressive. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
From airline pilots to zookeepers, UPS delivery drivers, DHL, and the American Red Cross. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters represents the American worker. No matter where you work or what you do, you have a home in the Teamsters Union. Increase your wages, improve your benefits at work, secure a comfortable retirement. Join North America's strongest union and become a Teamster today. Learn how you can organize at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Welcome back to Oxford. Ole Miss 10, LSU Tigers 7. 2 minutes to go until halftime. Our game brought to you in part by A.O. Smith. They're the leader in water heating and water treatment, and they've been around for more than 150 years. You can go to A.O. Smith or hotwater.com.
Rebels 10, Tigers 7. Gino mentioned earlier that Ole Miss leads FBS in 30-yard plays. Well, they added another one to that total. That's at least 22 on the year. 30-yard pass play to Caden Lee. And remember, Gino, Lee fumbled when he was inside the 4 after a long catch and run that probably took at least 3 points, maybe 7 away from the Rebels. Otherwise, this would be better than a 10-7 lead that they enjoy right now. It's going to be 1st and 10 for Ole Miss at the 39 of LSU. Remember, coming into the game today, this LSU defense, no opponent this year had scored more than 10 points. First time that has happened since 2011. Blake Baker's defense, they're blitzing more. Certainly they have some very good defensive backs. Lane Kiffin, in fact, was asked about the defensive backs for LSU this week, and he said, I'd like to congratulate LSU for their investment in the portal in deep backs. He said clearly they figured out how to invest. He said there's 3 top defensive backs, and they got number 1, number 2, and number 3 with their investment.
It is what it is.
Yes.
You can't complain about it. That's just college football.
It's a
today.
big boy world now, I would say.
Unfortunately, some guys maybe lost their job in the last few weeks that didn't embrace the portal and
truth.
transfers and recruiting come with dollar signs now in college football.
Now, some of these defensive backs had some pass interference penalties on that last drive that allowed the Rebs to go 70 yards and more penalty yards than actual yards in that sequence. So with 2 minutes to go in the half, Rebels leading 10-7. Again, they have a 1st and 10 from the LSU 39. Kewan Lacey joins Chambliss a few yards behind center. A snap and a give to Lacey, a little jump cut. Steps away from a tackle, breaks another, bounces outside at the 36 to the 35, and a marker comes from behind. It was the corner, Delane, who made the stop, but another penalty marker on the field.
That'll be the 10th on Ole Miss.
We've had
in their first half
15 combined already.
Holding, offense number 75. 10-yard penalty as part of the foul. Repeat first down.
Patrick Kudus has had his name called a couple of times. An Arkansas transfer. Speaking of the transfer portal, Arkansas fans call him Judas Kudus after he left one school in the SEC to come to another.
You blame him?
Nope. And Luke Haas, who came over, made a penalty earlier in the game too. So it's they've spread these penalties around. Logan Diggs, new running back, along with Daquan Wright, is the H-back behind the line of scrimmage on 1st and 18 from the Tiger 47. A clap and a snap to Chambliss. Here comes the blitz again. Fires down the right sideline. Into traffic. Somehow that catch was made at the 23. Deuce Alexander, a leaping grab over Woodland.
Well, they're just attacking P.J. Woodland on the right side of this LSU defense. And again, goes with the fade stop. Alexander stops on a dime, jumps up high, makes the grab. No pass interference, but a great catch by the receiver.
Just outside the red zone, 1st and 10 from the 22. A snap to Chambliss on the draw. Hits up in the middle to the 20, and he was just about to turn left when he got dropped at the 18-yard line by Harold Perkins, who's been somewhat quiet today. The previous pass went for 25 to Deuce Alexander.
And Perkins did a great job making the tackle. He's in coverage actually on the running back in pass coverage, man-to-man. He's able to dive away from his coverage and take out the legs of Chambliss.
10-7 Rebels, 1:11 to go in our second quarter. Ole Miss on the march, 2nd and 6 from the Tiger 18. Working out of the right hash. Chambliss out of the gun again, waiting for the snap. Here it comes, a high one. Gives it to Lacey. Big seam left side. Bounces to the 15. A stiff arm gets him to the 14 and 13, and he gets picked up in the air and thrown down and back by Delane, the corner, along with Cooley. Was rather rude, but Mansour Delane just picked up Kewan Lacey and threw him to the turf like a rag doll after that run.
Brian Kelly called timeout.
Before
Brian Kelly
3rd
called
and 3.
timeout after that play, 3rd and 3 situation.
Gino, is this to give his defense just a breather?
Timeout, LSU.
Well, no reason to go into the locker room with 3 timeouts in the first half.
So often what Ole Miss does is kind of get you tired by their tempo and their pace. They like to go fast, and I think they really like to go fast after a big play that we saw a couple of times in this drive to Deuce Alexander and Caden Lee.
I think one thing that might done is Delane, the transfer from Virginia Tech, the corner who made the big play and might have been somewhat late right in front of Ole Miss's bench, and then he's mouthing off to the bench. I don't know. 1 against 85 isn't good numbers in my book to be picking a fight, but he was over here, and I think besides the timeout of getting his defense ready for LSU to allow Delane to kind of settle down a little bit.
It's a Toby Keith song right there, challenging a number of people to a bit of an altercation. But 49 seconds to go in the half. 10-7 Rebels. And it's going to be a 3rd and 3 for Ole Miss at the 15 of LSU. And this does give Lane Kiffin, Charlie Weiss Jr. a long time to discuss what they want to do. Chambliss through the air is 13 of 23 for 183 yards. Looks like they're going to go with a bit of a pistol. Kewan Lacey, who had the 15-yard touchdown run, is behind Chambliss by a couple of yards on this 3rd and 3. A snap and a give to Lacey. Bouncing to his right. He tried to jump the defender at the 15. He came to the turf at the 13. And P.J. Woodland got some revenge on this drive, making that open field tackle. And it's going to be, 4th and...
It's going to be 4th and short. Lane Kiffin's next to the official. I think the officials, he's going to call timeout and talk it over. He was not sending the field goal unit on the field.
Ole Miss. Please put
4th and 2. Whoever runs the down and distance can't keep up with the tempo of the Rebels. He might need to be replaced in the transfer portal.
Ole Miss brought in an extra lineman, extra tight end. They had everybody overloaded to the left side of the formation. Then they pull a guard back to the right in what becomes a cutback to Lacey. And then a great play by the secondary player, P.J. Woodland, who they've been picking on all day in the passing game, takes Lacey's legs out from underneath him and didn't allow him to pick up the first down.
All right, you know I come from the Big Ten. Why not take the points here? Well, it's 3rd and 2. I thought maybe it was – didn't they put 4th and 2?
Oh, it's 4th and 2.
I've got a 1st and 3 on the board to my right. I got a 2nd and 13 on my left. I got a 4th and 13.
The marker on the field is 4th down, and I know it's only around 2 yards, so it's 4th down for sure.
But would you just take the points and go up 13-7 at the half? Are you that intent? Because even if you get the first down, you're going to be at about 25 seconds to go.
Well, but you have 2 timeouts. There's plenty of time with 2 timeouts. They're going for it. Don't be surprised if they just try to draw them off sides and take the delay of game.
Well, again, even on 4th and 1, they're out of the gun, out of a pistol. Lacey behind Chambliss, working from the right hash from the 13. Remember, this is one of the best defenses in the country. Sometimes I think you take the points. We'll see if this is going to work out. Chambliss moving some of his tight ends, waiting to accept the football, we think. Wright goes in motion. Here's the snap and a play fake and a pitch to Wright. Makes the catch at the 13 of the 10. Fighting for yards on the sideline and ushered out of bounds at around the 6 by Weeks and Halsey. But that's a first down pitch and catch to the tight end, Daquan Wright.
They sneaked the tight end. He's 6'4", 260. Behind the line of scrimmage, thinking the LSU's defense isn't going to see him. But well-designed play action, and pass for the first down.
Chambliss trying to get everybody set. Here's the snap on 1st and goal. Hands it off to Lacey. Bounces to his left. Cuts back at the 5. Nifty move. Stood up at the 3, and maybe he gets to the 2. And the clock stopped with 18 seconds to go in the half. H.A. Halsey there on the stop.
Timeout. Ole Miss, 3rd and final. Timeout of the half.
The yards after contact for Lacey are the yards that he gets purely on his own. He makes defenders miss on every single run. There he made about 3 defenders miss and still is able to push down into the 2-yard line. You got 18 seconds. You got enough for 2 shots at the end zone for sure before even having to attempt a field goal.
It's funny you say that. The game notes for the Rebels have a category called missed tackles forced. I'm not sure which intern at Pro Football Focus has to log this, but he got 27 missed tackles forced, which was 2nd in the country. And we see that. I think you've seen that a couple of times, whether it's his jump cuts, his ability to make this talented LSU defense miss him in space.
Well, it's good to see they bring that stat back. I think I was pretty highly ranked in that missed tackles forced.
Yeah. I'm just letting that one soak over me for a few seconds just to think about that. More likely defenders who hit you and didn't knock you down.
Yeah, missed tackles forced. It could be a sack where the guy had a shot in the back of my head and somehow I ducked. That's a missed tackle forced, right?
It is. 2nd and goal from the 2 for the Rebels, leading 10-7, 18 seconds to go in the half. Logan Diggs, who played for Brian Kelly at Notre Dame and at LSU, now at Ole Miss, is to the right of Chambliss. Might he get a chance to take it into the end zone? Chambliss has 3 receivers bunched in the slot to the right. Here's the snap. Chambliss rolls to his right. He's got a man open. He flips it into the corner. Caden Lee with the catch. Touchdown, Rebels. 16-7 Ole Miss after the short pitch and catch from Chambliss to Lee.
Well, motion sets up the LSU defense. They get outflanked, but what I love right there is Lane Kiffin goes back to the guy that fumbled and had a critical fumble into the end zone a couple drives ago. Goes back to him. He's his most experienced receiver and puts it on him to score the touchdown.
13 seconds to go in the half. Carnero, who's never missed an extra point. 101 for 101. Trying to keep that streak rolling. Here's the snap and the kick, and it's up and it's through the pipes and it's good. 17-7 Rebels. Remember, after 1 quarter, it was 7-3 Tigers. And Chambliss is now thrown for 193 yards, including that touchdown pass. Gino, this week he said this experience has been almost surreal. The 4th Rebel last week to ever throw for 300, rush for 100. when you're at Ferris State, I know you win a natty, you account for 51 touchdowns. He gets here in May. He's just hoping for a chance. He knows Simmons is probably the guy. Rebels didn't have a backup quarterback in spring. All of a sudden, game 3, he's in there. He's starting, and he's having success against some of the best players in the country in this LSU defense.
So you're saying this is a little bit different environment than Slippery Rock?
I would say so.
I had to go back because I know Shamar Brown, the running back that's playing for Miami now that was in the FCS, he played at Youngstown State, and I know he lit up the Penguins. I had to go back and see if Ferris State played against the Penguins, but apparently that's a different division as well.
FCS versus D2. I mean, you're kind of really getting down the food chain. Carnero with the approach.
I'll tell you what, this guy can play football. I don't care if it's Division 8 or whatever. He can spin it and he can run it, and he's a hell of a leader.
Kyle Parker to return. Not a good decision. He's over the 10 to the 15, and he gets dropped at the 17 with 6 seconds to go. Gino, had Simmons been healthy, and Lane has been pretty adamant. Did we have a fumble? Or did they just celebrate?
I think that's just the kickoff team being fired up right in front of the student section.
Lane has said that Simmons was going to be his guy. If you're Chambliss and you get 1 year to play big boy football, he put up such a performance against Arkansas. In a different world, there might have been some guys that would say, well, if you're not going to play me, I'm just going to opt out and I'm going to play for somebody else next year.
Well, I think Simmons should be thinking about that right now. I mean, after I saw him against Arkansas, I'm like, this guy's the real deal.
Maybe that baseball career will come back in vogue. They're going to take a knee, and that's going to end the half. So this crowd's certainly pumped up here at Vaught-Hemingway Stadium after a couple of quarters. Ole Miss 17, LSU 7. Andrew Gibson will be along at the half. He's got a lot of scores and highlights from a busy day of college football, as well as recapping our first. And we'll break. You're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Andrew Gibson back with you from the Touchdown Radio Network studios. This halftime scoreboard update is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. Quote today at progressive.com, 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. And our halftime score from Oxford, Mississippi is 17-7. Ole Miss on top of the LSU Tigers, perhaps looking at another upset. We've had a few in the top 25 so far in week number 5, but our halftime score is 13th ranked Ole Miss 17 and 4th ranked LSU 7. And let's look around the country now with this Progressive scoreboard update. Kind of a low-scoring affair so far between top-ranked Ohio State and Washington. The Buckeyes do lead it, though, 14-3 with about 4.5 to go in the third quarter. Washington does have the football at the Ohio State 10. It's 4th and goal, and we'll keep you updated on that score as we move along. Texas A&M leads Auburn in an SEC showdown 13-3. They're just beginning the third quarter there in College Station. 10-10, Iowa and 11th-ranked Indiana locked up with 8.5 to go third quarter. And this has been a really good game in nearby Starkville, as our game in Oxford in Starkville, Mississippi. It's tied right now, 17 apiece. 15th-ranked Tennessee is getting everything they can handle from Mississippi State. 6:03 to go before halftime. Now about 5 minutes to go after the update. 17 all between Tennessee and Mississippi State. Finals that are in week number 5, Georgia Tech outlast Wake Forest, a field goal in overtime. The Yellow Jackets of Georgia Tech are 5-0 after a 30-29 victory today over Wake Forest. High-scoring game between 18th-ranked Vanderbilt and Utah State. The Commodores 55-35 over Utah State. A 41-yard field goal from Illinois had the Illini beat USC today 34-32. And it was all Notre Dame today in Fayetteville, Arkansas. The Irish 56-13 over Sam Pittman and the Razorbacks. Games still to come here in week number 5. A couple headliners later tonight. 17th-ranked Alabama goes to number 5 Georgia. 7:30 Eastern Time kickoff on ABC. And another big one also in the same window, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. 6th-ranked Oregon visits 3rd-ranked Penn State later tonight on NBC. Our score at the half is Ole Miss 17, LSU 7. We're back after these local messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate Pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Andrew Gibson from the Touchdown Radio Network studios with this halftime scoreboard update sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Our score at the half in Oxford, 17-7. Ole Miss leads LSU, and the Rebels got on the board late before the half was over.
Chambliss has 3 receivers bunched in the slot to the right. Here's the snap. Chambliss rolls to his right. He's got a man open. He flips it into the corner. Caden Lee with the catch. Touchdown, Rebels. 16-7 Ole Miss after the short pitch and catch from Chambliss to Lee.
And that was the call here on the Touchdown Radio Network. Brett Dolan, a touchdown pass from Trinidad Chambliss, 15 of 25, 193, and that touchdown pass in the first half for the Ole Miss quarterback. Conversely, Garrett Nussmeier, 9 of 15, 102, a touchdown and an interception in the first half. Our halftime score, Ole Miss 17, LSU 7. We're back after these messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Tona is here to change your workout game. Founded by the original designer of Lululemon, this new activewear brand is built for women who train hard and want to look incredible doing it. These leggings sculpt your waist, enhance your shape, and support you through every rep. Whether it's weights, Pilates, HIIT, or CrossFit, they're the last leggings you'll ever need. Or your money back with Tona's Happiness Guarantee. But they sell out fast, so head to tonaactive.com and use code TOUCHDOWN for 20% off and free shipping. Tona, where performance meets power.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Hey, college football fans, your team isn't the only one building something great. The United Association is the building trades union representing plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, HVAC service techs, welders, and pipeliners across the U.S. and Canada. For more than a century, we've trained skilled craftspeople through 5-year apprenticeships and our gold standard training program to deliver clean water, life-saving fire protection, and so much more. With nearly 400,000 members and almost 300 local unions, we're your playbook for success. Find your path at ua.org today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Heisman Trophy and Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award winner Gino Torretta. A.O. Smith has been around for more than 150 years and provides some of the most innovative water heating and water treating solutions available. I trust A.O. Smith for my hot water needs, and you should too. They make water heaters for every home and business. Get an A.O. Smith Adapt Gas tankless like mine with X3 technology that doesn't need any annual maintenance. Visit hotwater.com to find an A.O. Smith contractor near you.
Andrew Gibson back with you from the Touchdown Radio Network studios. Our halftime score from Oxford is 17-7. Ole Miss trying to knock off fourth-ranked LSU. Glad you're with us wherever you might be listening along the Touchdown Radio Network. This pregame, this halftime scoreboard report is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit progressive.com today. Once again, 17-7. Ole Miss leads LSU. And we've been now in Oxford a couple weeks now this season, and Ole Miss has been playing well at home. They're 4-0. Ole Miss 4-0, and LSU also 4-0 coming into this matchup today. Let's take a look at some of these team stats here in our first half. Ole Miss leads in first downs 18-7. Third down conversions, 5 of 10 for Ole Miss. How about this for LSU? They're 0 of 4 on third down conversions in the first half against the Ole Miss defense. Total yards, 285 for Ole Miss, 126 for LSU. In terms of passing, Trinidad Chambliss, 193 through the air. As far as LSU, Garrett Nussmeier, 102. And the rushing, Ole Miss leads at 92-24 in terms of the yardage. Well, a big story in this game so far has been the penalties. You've heard Gino and Brett Dolan talk about it in our first half. 16 total penalties in the first half between the two teams. And right now, Ole Miss leads in that category. 10 penalties for 69 yards for the Rebels. 6 penalties for 74 yards for LSU. Each team has a turnover. One apiece for each one. Time of possession, 17:50 for Ole Miss, 12:02 time of possession for LSU in the first half. 17-7 is our score at the break as Ole Miss leads LSU. Half number 2 coming up in just a few minutes from Oxford. Let's take one final check from the Progressive scoreboard here in week number 5. Ohio State is having trouble with Washington. They're trying to put away the Huskies, and they're going to the fourth quarter on CBS. Top-ranked Ohio State 14, Washington 6. This is a close ball game we'll certainly have to monitor. Ninth-ranked Texas A&M leads Auburn by 10, 13-3, as they are just a few minutes into the third quarter. Still 10-10 between 11th-ranked Indiana and Iowa, 3:40 to go third quarter. All still locked up between Tennessee and Mississippi State in Starkville. Under 2 to play before the half. 17 all, 15th-ranked Tennessee and Mississippi State. Again, the finals today. Georgia Tech over Wake Forest, 30-29 in OT. Vanderbilt, 55-35 over Utah State. A late field goal put Illinois over USC, 34-32. Notre Dame all over Arkansas, 56-13. Big marquee matchups late tonight, 7:30 Eastern, Georgia hosting Alabama. Penn State in a whiteout hosting Oregon, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Half number 2 is coming up next. You're listening to the College Football Game of the Week, 17-7. Ole Miss leads LSU. Our second half comes up next on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Ready for third quarter action. Rebels lead the Tigers 17-7. Brett Dolan, Gino Torretta, and let's check in with Casey Jones, who had a chance to visit with the coaches going off of the half. Casey?
Thanks, guys. I got to talk to Lane Kiffin going in. He said he was, for his thoughts from the first half, he's proud of his team, the way they're fighting, the way they're keeping on, especially in that second quarter. He says his offensive line is finally taking control of the line of scrimmage. We just need to cut down on those penalties. The penalties have been the drive killers so far. Asked if the touchdown call to Caden Lee at the end of the first half was by design. He just, in Lane Kiffin in fashion, he smiled, kind of nodded, and went into the locker room. A different vibe I got from Brian Kelly. He was a bit upset coming out after halftime. He said he laid into the offense. He said the offense ran 24 plays as the defense was left on the field for 50. They got to play better complementary football. The offense has to sustain drives and get them back in this ball game. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I could see where Brian Kelly wouldn't be very happy, Gino. In fact, we had 16 combined penalties and 24 points. But you look at the total yards, and it's really heavily in favor of the Rebels, and that's where LSU needs something, and they'll get the ball here in the third.
Well, there's no balance. There's no way to run the ball. With Durham out, their running back at LSU, they've essentially been trying to run the ball with the wide receivers motioning into the backfield, into pistol sets, or throwing the quick wide receiver screens at the line of scrimmage, but with no sustained drives. Like Casey said, and Brian Kelly is obviously not upset. It's a lot of pressure on your defense because they have not been on the field enough and they have not made enough plays.
They have not, but the Tigers will get the football to start our third quarter. Heading from left to right, heading from the sunshine towards the shadows. This has been an outdoor nightclub for most of the day. These fans have been pumped up. LSU led 7-3 after a quarter, but 17-7, Tigers trailing as they'll get the ball to begin our third quarter. They could really use big kickoff return. And Barryon Brown again. Times he's taken one to the house. He's back there with Kyle Parker. They stand near the goal line awaiting the kick from Carnero. Rebels in those blue unis and white pants. LSU in their traditional traveling whites with yellow pants and yellow helmets. LSU, the highest-ranked team in the SEC. Down by 10 as we get our second half underway on Touchdown Radio in Vaught-Hemingway Stadium. Here is the approach. Here's the kick. The kick returners switch sides, and this thing is going to head 6 yards deep in the end zone for a touchback. Gino, Nussmeier's 9 of 15, 102 yards. Does he need a few more big shots down the field, or maybe even a few more of these underneath 9, 10-yard routes to some of these tight ends?
Listen, I help some young quarterbacks at Miami. You know what I tell them? Move the chains.
Yep.
Don't let the coach take you off the field. Move the chains. He just needs a sustained drive, but really, it's on him. They don't have a running game. You just got to basically say, you know what, we're going to throw the ball every snap, and I'm just going to complete them and move us down the field.
Funny thing is, Brian Kelly keeps telling him to win the down, not the game on each play. He's out of the gun. Johnson to his right. I don't know if he's carried the football all day. Low snap. Nussmeier to throw. Quick pitch underneath at the 30. That is Brown. He's going to spin back on the hash over the 30 to maybe the 32 or the 33. That was a nice, simple 8-yard play on first down.
Well, an LSU offense going with tempo here. I like that. Give Ole Miss a little dose of their own medicine with the tempo offense.
Well, I like that as well. 2nd and 2 from the 33. The tight end sharp in motion. And here's a handoff into the line, and it is Johnson. He's going to get the first down. He carries over the 35 and reaches the 38. Tackled by Perkins. Johnson, remember, when he came in, he started as a nickel back. Now he's the leading running back with Caden Durham out. Not even a minute into our third quarter, LSU's picked up a first down, and the first downs were 18-7 at the half in favor of the Rebels. Nussmeier's been in the gun all game long. Johnson stays into his right, trips to the wide side left. Nussmeier with another low snap about knee high. Steps out of the first tackle, but not the second. He's going to be dropped inside the 28-yard line.
Well, a great
Will Eccles.
Defensive play by Will Eccles. It's just a tackle and twist. And Eccles able to split the guard and tackle gap. Gets up the field, and as Nussmeier gets flushed out of the pocket, it's right into the arms of Eccles.
The sophomore from Houston had 8 tackles a week ago. It's hard for a defensive tackle to make 8 in a game, but he gets the sack there. And it's 2nd and 18 from the 30. Bauer Sharp, the tight end, flexed out to the right, out of an empty, out of the gun, another low snap. Nussmeier grabs it knee high, backpedaling, pressure coming. He gets hit as he fires one to the sideline, and he was being chased again. This time Cam Franklin was in his grill.
Well, now Ole Miss defense is just throwing different looks on the front against Garrett Nussmeier. This offensive line, which is inexperienced, and a lot of new starters, they are not picking it up and have not picked it up on this drive.
Boy, this is dangerous. 3 deep safeties for the Rebels back near midfield on 3rd and 18, playing underneath from the 30. 3 receivers to the wide side right. Nussmeier directing traffic with his left hand as the play clock winds. It's at 3. It's at 2. Here's the snap. Pocket crumbling. Dumps one down. Pass is caught at the 30 by Jackson. Reverses his field over the 35 to the 40. He'll be tackled there, but still about 8 yards shy of the first down. Perkins got him from the backside to force 4th down.
And Ole Miss defense just lines up in a prevent. They only rush 3 defenders and forces LSU to throw the ball underneath, rally to the football, make the tackle, and force the punt.
Harrison Wallace III is retreating inside his 20. Chadwick's been an upgrade as a punter. Unfortunately for LSU, they've had to use him a lot today. He's going to hit a tight spiral that's going to have some wobble to it. Wallace is going to back up inside the 10 where he made the fair catch. Might have been better off to let that one go. He's going to be at the 7, I think, is where they're going to mark it with 12:19 to go in our third quarter.
More than 1.3 million workers across America are living better lives today because of the Teamsters Union. In the Teamsters, regular working people just like you are protected on the job by a powerful union contract. Guaranteed employment, better pay, regular raises, employer-paid health care, and pensions. Work is safer, labor is rewarded, and solidarity is strong. Become a member of the Teamsters Union today. Be fearless, be successful, be secure, be a Teamster. Learn how you can organize at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
We owe you an ID. We'll get to that soon. LSU has the Rebels backed up to their own 7. 17-7. Ole Miss with the advantage. Chambliss has thrown for 193 and a score. Kejuan Lacey's run for a touchdown. He's to the right of Chambliss, who stands inside his 2. LSU's coming right after Chambliss. Gets rid of that football. Wobbles a pass to the sideline where it falls incomplete in front of Alexander. Woodland on coverage.
Well, that was one of those throws. Chambliss gets the snap. He's trying to throw quickly to the outside. And P.J. Woodland, the corner they've been picking on that side, tried to jump that underneath route. He wisely dirted that ball.
Tell you what, Harold Perkins had guessed the snap count, and he was on a beat to get to Chambliss. 2nd and 10 from the 7. Again, out of the gun, a snap to Chambliss, a pitch to Lacey, running left. There may have been a block in the back, and there comes the marker, and he's pushed out of bounds at the 5-yard line by Pyburn. They may have to get a new set of penalty markers and flags because they've gone from yellow to green as much as they've been on the field today.
Well, we weren't the only ones that saw the arm of the back judge on throwing the flags.
He launched one again?
There were several people that mentioned to me as I was walking to get an iced tea back there, like, you see that back judge with the arm? I go, oh, yeah, he's number 2, because of the first trip from Arkansas, that guy threw about 40 yards in the air.
The contact was initiated on the side of the player. 3rd down.
So much for a penalty.
Well, the football's marked at the 5. They're going to move it down to the 6, where it's going to be 3rd and 11. This LSU defense, if they want to give their offense a chance, they need to force a punt to get the football back in good field position. 4 receivers in the formation, 3 to the right, into the shadows. Chambliss stands near his goal line. There's a clap of the hands and a snap. Standing a yard deep, takes off and runs. He's to the 10, cuts to the 15, and dives forward. They're going to mark him down right at that stick. Did he get the first down? He did. The dive gets him the first down to the 17.
Thought the tackle by Whit Weeks tripped him up before the first down marker, but
that was huge. A snap and a play fake to Chambliss. Chambliss now running and firing one out of bounds. Gooden was in his face. A little play fake action, and then Chambliss just had to scramble and get out of the pocket and throw one away. 11:32 to go, 3rd quarter. 17-7. Ole Miss leading LSU, and the Rebels have it 2nd and 10 from their own 17-yard line. Logan Diggs replacing Kejuan Lacey in this drive. Football's between the hashes at the 17. LSU shoving those linebackers a little bit closer up into the box. Chambliss with the snap and a play fake, and he rolls to his right, cuts back at the 15, powers forward, gets planted at the 19. A couple of hard-earned yards. Patrick Payton there along with Whit Weeks to combine on the stop.
Ole Miss back to the line of scrimmage, 3rd down and long situation. LSU defense looking to the sidelines for the call.
Ole Miss is 6 of 11 on 3rd downs today. The Rebels have to pick up 8 here from their 19. Chambliss discussing things with his running back Diggs. See if LSU, they've been blitzing so much more this year. Let's see if they come after Chambliss. The play clock's winding. It's at 3. It's at 2. They've got to go. At 1, they will snap. Chambliss scanning, looking to his left, now firing deep down the seam. No one's home. That's incomplete. The receiver, Alexander, either cut off the route or that ball was just thrown away. Woodland on coverage. It's 4th down.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Touchdown Radio.
Welcome back to Vaught-Hemingway Stadium. LSU to get the football back. Xavier Thomas waiting for the punt. He stands at his 35. Bird is going to hit a low wobbler, and there's going to be a fair catch call and catch made at the 45, maybe the 46, with 10:37 to go in our 3rd quarter. Rebels lead the Tigers 17-7. We'll break. Step aside. You're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
From airline pilots to zookeepers, UPS delivery drivers, DHL, and the American Red Cross, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters represents the American worker. No matter where you work or what you do, you have a home in the Teamsters Union. Increase your wages, improve your benefits at work, secure a comfortable retirement. Join North America's strongest union and become a Teamster today. Learn how you can organize at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters. So the last 5 drives for LSU. 3 plays, 5 yards, punt. 3 plays, 0 yards, punt. 4 plays, 18 yards, punt. 1 play minus 2 yards in the half. 5 plays, 15 yards, punt.
I almost feel bad for the people that have to ask questions of Brian Kelly after this game if that continues.
Well, they continue to ask him every game about the struggles of the offense because he goes off the chain like if that his offense is questioned. I don't know, Brian. With a 1 touchdown, an interception, and 5 punts, I'd ask why your offense isn't doing very good either.
Remember, on the 1 scoring drive for LSU, they had a 50-yard pass play. That's 50 of the 120 that Nussmeier's thrown for. Brian Kelly said about Nussmeier, the home crowd brings out the best in you. You need your best to come out on the road, and LSU needs his best to come out here because they begin from their own 45. Trey'Dez Green, the big tight end, is in the game. They're going to work out of a pistol. Green is going to go in motion and now set up as an H-back to the left. Handoff to the freshman Harlan Berry, purging off the left side of the line, gets a couple of yards over the 48 to the 49. He was the number 1 running back in the country in the draft class. It might be his chance. Suntarian Perkins makes the stop after a gain of 5.
Well, you got to give some other guys an opportunity. I mean, it's really they haven't run the ball.
I feel like you have to try at times.
21 yards rushing so far in this game. We're in the middle of the quarter.
Berry now to the right of Nussmeier on a 2nd and 5, just on top of the logo at midfield. Low snap again. Quick pitch to the right side of Berry, trying to get a block at midfield, and he is just hog-tied and dropped at the 48.
Great open field tackle by T.J. Daughtery, the middle linebacker, after the quick swing pass throw. Makes a high tackle in the open field.
Here we go, 3rd and 3 at the Rebel 48. A handoff to Berry. Powers into the line. He's near the first down. I think he's right at the sticks at the 45. And the official nearest the chains is going to move him. He says that's good enough for a first down. Franklin, the tackle, but Gino, a little more determined running in a couple of plays in the stride.
And it looks like Mabenga, the left guard, is down.
Now, DJ Chester is able to play in the second half. He had the targeting, making a tackle on a return of a missed field goal last week. And we're going to have a timeout, I believe, with Mubinga down with 9:24 to go in our third quarter. 17-7 Rebels. LSU trying to get some points. We'll break and be back after these local messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate Pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Welcome back to Oxford, Mississippi. Our game brought to you in part by the United Association of Union Plumbers, Fitters, Welders, and HVAC Techs. Is proud to be built on excellence. We get the job done right, on time, and on budget because our training is second to none. Learn more at UA.org.
When LSU had the win against Florida, they had one offensive touchdown all game, 316 total yards, even though that was a win in Baton Rouge. Today they've had one offensive touchdown, total yards at 151, not even half of that total. But, you know, this really feels like just a wildly important drive. They're down 10. They're facing a 1st and 10 at the Rebel 45-yard line. You got to get something, don't you, in this sequence, even if it's 3?
Even if it's 3, but I would say you need the 7. Because really it's almost like we're watching this game kind of holding our breath on which one of these offenses is going to break out. I think Ole Miss is closer to breaking out than LSU.
Has the Rebel defense done anything to you to frustrate Nussmeier, or has it been the one-dimension aspect of what they offer and not being able to run that's played into it?
Well, they've given him some different looks, but when you continually throw the ball short and behind the line of scrimmage, it's up to the defense to just rally and swarm to the ball and make the tackle, and that's what Ole Miss is doing a great job of doing.
So, 1st and 10, after a timeout, a long break, do you get greedy and take a big shot downfield?
You'd like to, but if they're playing off.
1st and 10 from the 45. Barry stays in as the running back, part of a pistol. 2 receivers, including Green, to the left. Barry will switch to the left of Nussmeier. A play fake, short pitch, left side. It is caught by Brown, using that speed to try and escape. He's inside the Rebs 40 and dropped at the 39 near the sideline. Tackled by Daugherty again, a man who had the big forced fumble against Arkansas to win the game a couple of weeks ago.
Well, there's the quick wide receiver screen with blockers out in front. LSU got in trouble running that play a couple times in the first half with holding penalties.
It was a 6-yard gain to the 39, 2nd and 4. LSU the football in Ole Miss territory, down by 10. Nussmeier's up near his linemen who are turning and trying to listen in, including Bauer Sharp, the tight end, who's now as an H-back. Nussmeier, another low snap. He gloves it back. He wants the deep ball down the right sideline. Hilton Jr. there, leaps up, and the ball was knocked away at the goal line.
Well, there's a flag. Chris Graves Jr., the corner, was beat deep.
Pass interference, defense number 32. 15-yard penalty for the previous spot. Automatic first down.
The Miami transfer.
This play should have been a touchdown.
Should have been. There's your deep
because the
shot.
receiver was blown by Chris Graves, the corner for Ole Miss. Poorly thrown ball, underthrown ball, and then at the impact on the receiver, Chris Hilton, as he tried to come back and make the catch. But, okay, it's first down, but it's still at the 24-yard line where a well-thrown ball, it should have been 7 points, and this should have been 17-14.
No, great point, Gino. That should have been a touchdown pass. One behind Nussmeier, and he still couldn't get it there in time. Green shifts in motion to the left out of the pistol, a snap and a give to Barry, and he just ran into a wall of Ole Miss defenders, including the big man Will Eccles at 310 pounds. Dropped him for no gain. And we're inside 8 minutes to go in the third with LSU down 10.
It was like a bear hug tackle. Did you see that? Eccles just running straight up and down. It was like he engulfed the running back.
He swallowed him.
And just fell on him.
2nd and 10 from the 24. Nussmeier has thrown for only 128 yards. Got a receiver in the slot to the left and to the right. The play clock is winding down. It's at 3. It's at 2. Here's the snap. Another low snap. And a give to Berry. He's going to try and bounce outside. He gets inside the 25, and he's grabbed around the shoulders by Sage Ryan and thrown down at the 23. Chambers as well.
And Lane Kiffin beside himself, looks like holding at the point of attack by 2 LSU offensive linemen. Doesn't get the call, but great job by the defense just kind of stringing out the play to the sidelines.
You know, this takes so long. If they don't score a touchdown here, they may only get the football back one more time. Well, this crowd, everybody on their feet. 3 receivers to the wide side to the left. Try to head to the shadows of the end zone to our right. 3rd and 9 from the Rebs 23. Another low shotgun snap. Nussmeier steps up, hits his receiver on a crossing route. Thomas trying to get to the sideline, and Ole Miss will run him down and make the tackle at the 23-yard line. It was Taj Chambers, the linebacker, who was there step for step.
Well, they've tried to throw this shallow crossing route because of their speedsters. The receivers, Thomas, Brown, and Anderson, but this Ole Miss defense doing an excellent job as soon as the catch is made. There's 3 defenders just doing some hunting there to take Thomas down.
Ramos is on for a 40-yard field goal from the left hash. Wind behind him. Here's the snap in the hole. The kick on its way. It's got plenty of distance over the top of the pipes, and it's good. So it's 17-10 now, Rebels over the Tigers with 6:02 to go. So LSU gets points. They're still down 7. 6 and change left here in our quarter, and we'll break. You're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We're back to Oxford. 6:02 left in the third period. Ole Miss Rebels lead the LSU Tigers 17-10. A.O. Smith is the leader in water heating and water treatment, and they've been around for more than 150 years. Go to hotwater.com.
So that was quite a drive from LSU. It just felt like it took forever to get 33 yards. They spent 4.5 minutes plus, settled for the field goal to make this a 7-point game. 6:02 to go in our third quarter from Vaught Hemingway Stadium. LSU does have a bye week coming up next. I know they'd love to be able to find a way to get a win and then see if they can get some of those pieces back from their running backs or
Nothing worse than after a loss having a bye week.
Just got to sit on that and stew on that for a couple of weeks.
It's still early enough in the season where the coaches can really make practice hard for at least a good solid week.
It seems like you speak of some
I'm just saying, I remember bye weeks early in the season. We used to hate them because the scrimmages on Saturday were harder than the games.
LSU to kick off with Aaron Burrell. Hartrup, Diggs, the two deep men for the Rebels. Total yards in this game, LSU has 159 total yards. And yet they're only down 7. So their defense is giving up more points than they have in any game this year. Yet, try to keep them around in hopes that their offense can find something. The Trinidad Chambliss and company to get the football back. Here's the approach, the kick. And this is a really high but a somewhat short kickoff that'll be fair caught at the 2. And it's going to bring it out to the 25. Hartrup there to receive it. Gino, how do you think overall Chambliss has handled this LSU defense to this point? We've seen a couple of drives he's really been effective. He's had a few others that he's been chased. Is either one winning out at this point over what we've seen so far into this contest?
Well, I think he's done pretty well. It's 15-28. Got a touchdown. He has no turnovers. I think he's done pretty well. I thought he started off a little cold. But I think his athleticism has hurt LSU at times, and his arm has hurt LSU at times.
He's going to work out of a gun. 1st and 10 from the 25. Alexander goes in motion. They're going to pitch it forward to Alexander, sweeping the right side of the line. Nice open field tackle, chops him down at the 28. He was trying to use that speed again to get over to the LSU sideline, but A.J. Halsey there to make the stop after a gain of 3.
Ole Miss is ready to snap the ball. LSU defenders are staring at the sideline looking for a play call.
Shotgun snap, fake pitch. Throw to the tight end on the right sideline. That's Caleb Oden. He's going to run over the 35 to the 40. He's got the first down, and he's out of bounds. Just 4 catches all year for the Bama transfer, but he was wide open. Woodland and Halsey there to escort him out. 1st and 10 from the 40 out of an empty shotgun snap and a draw. Chambliss heads up the middle, bounced off one of his linemen, turned to his left, and Pyburn will finally collect him and drop him at the 42. After a gain of 2.
What's kind of shocking is what Ole Miss likes to do offensively, and LSU's defense almost looks ill-prepared for the speed up and the tempo of it.
Have they done a good job speeding it up and slowing it down just to kind of keep them?
Once they're playing tempo, just make a call, just one call, and have a base defense. But the defenders, when 11 guys are staring at the sidelines and Ole Miss is snapping the ball, it doesn't matter what the call is. It's not going to be good because the defense isn't ready to run the defense.
Lacey took the handoff and ran into the arms of Harold Perkins with help for no gain. So it's 3rd and 8 now at the 42. Need to get to midfield. Inside 4.5 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. 17-10, Rebels over the Tigers. Chambliss will clap his hands, gets the snap, short drop, scanning to the left sideline. His throw zipped into traffic, and it was caught for a first down to the 45 to Winston Watkins, who's made a couple of big grabs today in front of Woodland.
And just a curl route to the outside, to the left side of the field. Chambliss resets his feet and fires a strike right in front of Delane, the corner for LSU.
See if they go fast in LSU territory at the 45. A snap and a give to Lacey, powering and kept those feet moving once he got to the 45 and churned down to the 43. Previous play went for 13 to move the sticks, and that first down run will pick up a handful of yards. 3, in fact, to the Tiger 43. So the Rebels have doubled up the total yards now of LSU in this game, even though it's a 17-10 lead for Ole Miss. And now it's another shotgun snap to Chambliss, another play fake. Pressure pushes him to his right. See if he wants to run. He's going to throw, and the ball was tipped in the air and picked off. LSU got the return from Woodland. He wasn't marked out of bounds. He's still going to continue his run over the 50 to the Rebel 46, I believe. He tipped the ball in the air. He caught his own deflection intended for Alexander. And the LSU number 11 defeated the Rebels number 11 for the big turnover.
Well, Chambliss tries to force this ball. They've been picking on Woodland on the fade stop route. He tries to throw it behind, and essentially it's just his own receiver Alexander couldn't get up and make the catch. Woodland's able to tip the ball to himself. Big play. Let's see if LSU's offense can capitalize.
I thought he was almost out of bounds once he played that deflection. Apparently he stayed in. That was a 31-yard return after the pick.
Yeah, and really it's just his receiver. You feel bad. Deuce Alexander just kind of slipped, and then the defensive back able to tip it up to himself and created the turnover.
All kinds of late shifting for LSU. Nussmeier will take the snap. Hands off into the line to Johnson with a head of steam. He ran into some resistance after a quick yard. It looked like he had maybe a little bit of an opening, and if he did, the door shut quickly.
There isn't one bit of push that this LSU offensive line is getting. They're getting just absolutely stoned at the line of scrimmage.
That's why I keep wondering if maybe you try and hit a home run here or there just to give them a different look, just to hope to get lucky maybe on a deep ball. 2nd and 9 from the Rebs 46. LSU only down 7 despite the fact they've been wildly outgained. Out of the pistol. Low snap again. Play fake to Johnson. He's standing on the logo. Fires one into traffic. Ball caught at the 31-yard line. Barryon Brown on the receiving end for an LSU first down.
Well, an aggressive throw by Garrett Nussmeier. It's on the slant. It's in the second window. And he just had the confidence to jam that ball in between two Ole Miss defenders.
Good term. He jammed it in for a gain of 15 to the Rebel 31. Johnson stays in. He lines up to the left of Nussmeier. He keeps getting knee-high snaps, and there's another one out of the gun. A pump fake. He looks for the deep ball down the right sideline. This one's going to be incomplete. Xavier Thomas was fighting along the sideline with Ricky Fletcher.
Well, Chris Graves was a defender that got toasted on the drive before. It should have been a touchdown, so Fletcher has replaced him. He does a great job on the double move. He just rides the receiver out of bounds.
Really good coverage at times we've seen today.
Great coverage.
2nd and 10 from the 31. Barry, the freshman, checks in. Remember, no Caden Durham, their leading running back today, with an ankle injury. Snap to Nussmeier. Quick pitch to the right sideline. It was caught by Parker, and that play was blown dead. Blown up. Bauer Sharp, the tight end, was trying to provide a block, and he got pushed back into Parker, who hit the turf.
That was a great job by Jalen Braxton, the corner. He actually just ran through the wide receiver who was trying to block him, knocks him back into the tight end who makes the catch. He essentially tackled two people with his impact.
Another Arkansas transfer makes a play. 3rd and 10 from the Rebels 31, and everybody on their feet make a noise again. Nussmeier backs up into the gun. Play clock's at 3. He's got to go. Play clock at 2. He's got to snap it, and he does. Pocket holding for the time being. Spins out of the pocket. Rolls to his left. Trying to throw across his body, and he fires a pass to the sideline intended for Parker that's incomplete. He tried to make a leaping grab on the sideline. He got the fastball from Nussmeier, and Womack was chasing Garrett Nussmeier, and that's going to bring up a long field goal attempt from Ramos.
Some words with Brian Kelly and Garrett Nussmeier right now. The quarterback made that throw, and it's incomplete, and he's just walking to the bench, and Kelly stops him, and he tries to walk away again after some words, and Kelly stops him again. So obviously some frustration over there on the LSU sidelines.
49-yard field goal from Ramos, who's hit from 52 this year, and a marker is going to come out. LSU called a timeout, I believe, before a delay of game. Gino, to use a timeout before a field goal?
Going to be a delay again. Well, they had to call timeout there. Yeah. There's no shot. There's a 54-yard field goal attempt. And as long as 52 this season against Clemson.
.103 to go. Third quarter, 17-10. Rebels over the Tigers. Two undefeated teams, two teams within the top 11. LSU's fourth. Ole Miss came in at number 11, and Ramos is trying to hit to make this a 17-13 game.
I mean, nice job by Ole Miss's defense to stop LSU after the interception and force a field goal attempt from 49 yards out.
Ramos 6 of 8 this year coming into the game. So 7 of 9 total. From the hold of Chadwick, the punter, from the right hash, the snap, the hold, the kick. It's got the distance. Is it accurate enough? And it is good. With 58 seconds to go in the third quarter, it's now a 17-13 game. Rebels in front. Ole Miss has not scored in this third quarter. LSU has had a pair of field goals to make it 17-13. And still a few ticks, a few opportunities before this third quarter expires. Gino, it feels like we've gone back in time a couple of decades in the SEC with this game, where the defenses are exerting their influence rather than the track meet or basketball game that we see on grass.
Well, hopefully Lane Kiffin didn't take his own advice and bet the over.
Yes, he'd not be sitting in a good spot, I would say, at this point.
I don't know what the over-under is, but I'm guessing with their offense, it's 50-plus.
We're trending for well under.
This is a Big Ten battle right now.
It is. Burrell to kick off. Diggs and Hartrop deep for the Rebels, and this will not be returned. It's going to sail 5 or 6 yards deep in the end zone and bounce through. So Chambliss with the pick after that interception on the last drive is 17 for 31, so it's not entirely been an accurate performance. 218 yards with the touchdown. Nessmeyer's thrown for a 144, also a touchdown and a pick.
Chambliss also the leading rusher for Ole Miss, 10 carries, 55 yards.
Which makes him the leading rusher in this game. Leading rusher for LSU has 10 yards, and that was a receiver with 1 carry. Feels like Kejuan Lacey might be an important factor going forward. He's lined up to the right of Chambliss, the transfer from Division II Ferris State, replacing Austin Simmons. A snap and a play fake. Chambliss standing, bouncing, throwing over the middle. That pass was incomplete. There was some contact with the receiver, Caden Lee. He got locked up with Cooley, the safety. No flag, to the dismay of the fans at Vaught Hemingway.
Best is Lane Kiffin when he goes after an official, and the official they don't even look at him. And he's right, because it was a hold on the crossing route, because Chambliss has been pretty accurate all day throwing his ball near his receivers. That ball was way off, but after watching the highlight, it's a hold call.
Here comes pressure on the rush. Weeks is chasing Chambliss. He's going to spin, throw the run. One-handed grab by the tight end right at the 45. He gathers it in, and he's dropped it midfield. Daquan Wright bailed out Chambliss, and a huge gain.
Well, Daquan Wright's preseason All-American, and that right there is an All-American grab. Just one-handed. Throw is behind him. He's running to his right. Throw is back behind him to the left. Makes a one-handed grab. Move the chains.
Keys finally makes the stop. 19 seconds and counting here in our third quarter. That one went for 26 yards. Snap at a play fake and a pitch to the left side, a low throw. Lee was able to make the catch, keep his knee from touching, and then race to the 40, maybe to the 39, where Perkins and Delane dropped him. And that'll be the final play of our third quarter. So the Rebels
not before we get a flag.
Well, we're due for one. We haven't had one in 3 or 4 plays.
Holding, offense number 71. 10-yard penalty, previous spot. Big first down.
Our 18th penalty in 3 quarters. Accepted penalty, mind you.
On the game clock, 8 seconds.
We thought the third quarter had expired. They're going to put 8 seconds.
The third quarter.
Yes, that's right.
That expired.
Yes. 8
I
seconds.
saw that flag. I learned yesterday in the high school game that you can't end a quarter on a flag. Even though the time had gone out, and I was like, okay, let's go in for a halftime. Because both teams were pretty happy for going in at
I bet they were.
But the officials would not let it happen.
Little did they know there was a lightning delay and postponement coming in the second
soon
half.
In the second half, yes.
Football's marked back at the 41. Rebels in their own territory with a 1st and 21. 17-13. Ole Miss in front of LSU. So maybe one more play. We'll see. We could also have 1 or 2 more penalties. And now they'll let the clock run, and the seconds will tick away. So they let it run after they marked off the penalty, and now we will go to the fourth. They're going to crank up the volume on the PA system and play some music. We'll step aside. 17-13 our score. Rebels lead the Tigers, and we'll be back after these local messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, college football fans, your team isn't the only one building something great. The United Association is the building trades union representing plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, HVAC service techs, welders, and pipeliners across the U.S. and Canada. For more than a century, we've trained skilled craftspeople through 5-year apprenticeships and our gold standard training program to deliver clean water, life-saving fire protection, and so much more. With nearly 400,000 members and almost 300 local unions, we're your playbook for success. Find your path at ua.org today.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Tona is here to change your workout game. Founded by the original designer of Lululemon, this new activewear brand is built for women who train hard and want to look incredible doing it. These leggings sculpt your waist, enhance your shape, and support you through every rep. Whether it's weights, Pilates, HIIT, or CrossFit, they're the last leggings you'll ever need. Or your money back with Tona's Happiness Guarantee. But they sell out fast, so head to tonaactive.com and use code TOUCHDOWN for 20% off and free shipping. Tona, where performance meets power.
Andrew Gibson from the Touchdown Radio Network studios. This update is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Big ball game in the SEC coming up just under an hour away. Kirby Smart and Georgia hosting Alabama.
They got a good football team, big, physical, fast team, just like they've always been, and should be an exciting game.
7:30 Eastern coming up, guys.
So Kirby Smart, Gino's lost 6 games to Alabama, 13 to everybody else not named Alabama.
Well, what's interesting is after Florida State's performance last night losing to Virginia, I would lend itself to be Georgia.
Pro-Georgia?
Should be pro-Georgia. I mean, if you're inclined to do those sorts of things or have to pick a team. The Teamsters Union offers workers guaranteed employment, better pay, regular raises, health care, pensions, and more. Be fearless. Be successful. Be secure. Be a Teamster. Learn how you can organize at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
The other big game tonight will be Oregon at Penn State. We'll see both of those teams coming up on Touchdown Radio, including Penn State next week at the Rose Bowl. But, Gino, all of a sudden, this is tightened up because the Rebels have not scored in the second half. It's 17-13. Rebs lead the Tigers as we begin our fourth. Ole Miss 1st and 20 from their own 41. Lacey, the running back, a snap to Chambliss, throws down the seam to Lacey, and he dropped it. He had Jack Pyburn, the defensive end, on his back, but Lacey couldn't bring it in.
Well, a little short motion by Lacey out of the backfield, and he runs an angle route right underneath the tight end. He's open, good, accurate throw by Chambliss. Lacey just couldn't hold on to it.
Chambliss is dangerously close to being at 50%, 18 of 34. He has thrown for 244, a pick and a touchdown. Danger time here only in the sense it's 2nd and 20 from the 41. See if LSU comes after Chambliss. Here's the shotgun snap and a play fake. Pyburn coming from the backside. He's pinned. The throw goes to the LSU 47, and the catch is made by Deshaun Stribling.
A great protection by the Ole Miss offensive line. Chambliss is all day to survey the field, and again throws an absolute strike to Stribling on the curl route in his right side.
His second catch. He's number 6 of active receivers under 200 catches, but he's chasing it. But it's 3rd and 8 now at the Tiger 47. Chambliss up, talking to his lineman. He has 3 receivers to his wide side left. Claps his hands, gets the snap, gives it to Lacey, sweeping the left side, trying to bounce outside. He's going to outrun Perkins. He gets the corner, and he gets a first down. And guess what? Here comes a marker from the back judge again, just when it looked like Lacey had made a huge play for a Rebel first down. And there's also a Rebel injured and down on his back at the 45. And it's Daquan Wright, the talented tight end, who has not moved.
Holding, offense number 1. 10-yard penalty from spot of the foul. Repeat, 3rd down.
And that was Stribling, the receiver, who caught the previous ball. Gino, that's our 19th penalty combined in this game.
And the 12th against Ole Miss on what was a nifty run by Kewan Lacey. I don't know how he got to the outside, but great quickness and acceleration, gets to the outside, gets to the corner, and picks up the first down.
They say Lacey can hit 21 miles an hour at full speed. We may have seen that on that play.
He hits 21 miles an hour, it seems like, in 2 steps.
Good news for the Rebels. Daquan Wright up under his own power and walking to the sideline. Timeout, 17-13. Ole Miss leading LSU in the 4th quarter, and you're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, college football fans, your team isn't the only one building something great. The United Association is the building trades union representing plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, HVAC service techs, welders, and pipeliners across the U.S. and Canada. For more than a century, we've trained skilled craftspeople through 5-year apprenticeships and our gold standard training program to deliver clean water, life-saving fire protection, and so much more. With nearly 400,000 members and almost 300 local unions, we're your playbook for success. Find your path at UA.org today. The Teamsters Union is North America's strongest labor union, home to more than 1.3 million Americans just like you. Be a champion in your workplace. Be a Teamster today. Learn more at Teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Welcome back to Oxford. 17 Ole Miss, 13 LSU, 14-12 left in the 4th quarter. Let's go down to the sidelines at Casey Jones. Case?
Thanks, guys. Been real impressed with LSU's defense. But going back to what Brian Kelly said at halftime, got to play complementary football. The defense has been left on the field, and there you're finally seeing the signs of fatigue for LSU's defense. Kewan Lacey finally being able to turn the corner on the sideline. We'll see how LSU's defense keeps up, especially in the 4th quarter. Back to you guys.
Gino, has felt like a battle of attrition at times in this game, in multiple aspects.
Well, it's just neither team really has kind of gotten into a very good rhythm offensively. I think with LSU, there's no balance. It's essentially all the passing game and trying to complement with a short passing game as your run. And Ole Miss, when it seems like they had things going their way, Chambliss tries to force that ball in the last drive, and he gets picked off.
3rd and 11 at midfield for the Rebels. Need to get to the 39 of LSU. 14-12 to go in this game. Working from the shadows, going from left to right. Chambliss out of the gun, claps his hands, no snap. Claps again, here it comes. Standing inside his 40. Pocket holding, zips one down the seam. Diving grab made at the 35. What a catch by Harrison Wallace III to move the sticks.
Well, catch and throw right there, 3rd and 14. Chambliss just drops deep in the pocket. He's got a crossing route over the middle, throws it low into the inside, and Harrison Wallace makes the diving grab at the first down marker.
Football between the hashes at the Tiger 35. Snap and a pitch to the right sideline. Pass was caught. It is Odom, the tight end. Gets a few extra yards inside the 25. Dropped at the 23 by Whit Weeks. Another first down.
Well, it's an RPO fake, and as soon as the defense, the linebackers freeze, Chambliss pulls that ball out and finds Odom at the line of scrimmage.
Chambliss with a play fake. He's going to dump down. He's going to find Lacey with a pass to the left sideline. Cuts back to the right of the 20. Stays on his feet. And he's grabbed from behind at the 16 by P.J. Woodland. Nifty run by Lacey. Back-to-back first down plays, and then that one gets 8.
Lacey takes the dump off on the left flat. He accelerates a few steps to the sideline and then just stops on a dime. And Keys, the middle linebacker, slips and falls because he's trying to chase him and get to the outside, and he cut back. Great run.
2nd and 1 for the Rebels from the Tiger 15 from the left hash. Wright, the tight end who was injured, is back in the game. In fact, he's going to go in motion from right to left. He's going to be a lead blocker for Lacey. A little bit of a seam up the middle to the 15 to the 10. He's got the first down. The pile keeps pushing from the 9 to the 5 to the 3. Almost everybody on the field is involved in that pile that will drop at the 3-yard line.
Well, at some point in time, you just exert your will on another team, and it looks like Ole Miss, after that timeout, in the end of the third quarter, have just kind of just taken charge right here these last few plays.
First and goal from the 3. Lacey to the right of Chambliss. A snap and a handoff to Lacey. Tries to bounce to his left, and that's not a good decision. He's going to be tracked down by Cooley and Perkins for a loss. In fact, he's tackled all the way back at the 6. He lost 3.
Casey Jones mentioned that the defense for LSU on the field a long time. They were running out of gas. And we'll see if they can hold up 2nd and goal from the 6.
Gino, what is StatCast showing you for this time of possession on this drive? This is 10 plays. This will be number 11.
10 minutes, 45 seconds.
I thought I was seeing that wrong. 2nd and goal from the 6. Working out of a pistol. And now Chambliss will stare to his sideline as those black tarps come up. Play clock's at 3. Backs up into the gun. Diggs, the running back, to his right. A snap and a handoff to Diggs. Powers into the line and into the end zone. Touchdown! Rebels! And the man who twice has played for Brian Kelly at Notre Dame and LSU just scores a touchdown on a 6-yard run to put Ole Miss back up by 10.
Well, when your defense is on the field for 10-plus minutes, at some point in time, you just break. And LSU's defense broke after the end of the third quarter. Ole Miss just came out, a couple pass plays, and a couple strong runs and dominated to knock it in for the score.
Carnero on to add the extra point. Snap, hold, kick. It's up, and it is through the pipes. It's good. 11:08 to go in this game from Vaught Hemingway Stadium. Rebels now up 24-13 over the LSU Tigers. We'll step aside and be back after these local messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, college football fans, your team isn't the only one building something great. The United Association is the building trades union representing plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, HVAC service techs, welders, and pipeliners across the U.S. and Canada. For more than a century, we've trained skilled craftspeople through 5-year apprenticeships in our gold standard training program to deliver clean water, life-saving fire protection, and so much more. With nearly 400,000 members and almost 300 local unions, we're your playbook for success. Find your path at ua.org today. The Teamsters Union is North America's strongest labor union, home to more than 1.3 million Americans just like you. Be a champion in your workplace. Be a Teamster today. Learn more at teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Welcome back to an amped-up Vaught Hemingway Stadium as Ole Miss has taken a dominant lead on the LSU Tigers. The United Association of Union Plumbers, Fitters, Welders, and HVAC Techs is proud to be built on excellence. We get the job done right, on time, and on budget because our training is second to none. Learn more at ua.org.
Just a moment ago, Rebels had not scored in the entire second half. It was 17-13. And all Ole Miss did was put forth an 11-play, 75-yard drive to go up 24-13. I think the total yards speak more to the dominance than anything else. How about 424 for the Rebs, 175 for the Fighting Tigers? And they're shooting off some fire extinguishers down on the Ole Miss sideline. The smoke's coming out. This place is, as you mentioned, they've ratcheted up their intensity a bit.
They are full throat right now. This game has come down to the last drive, the last few years, but I have a feeling it's not coming down to the last drive.
In fact, 2 years ago when they were here, it was 55-49 Ole Miss. Last year, LSU had one lead. It was after the final play in overtime when the Tigers got the win. But if that's to occur again, 3 straight years coming down to the final play, these Tigers are going to need some offense, and there's only 11:08 to play. So now you begin to think with some of these long drives, they might get the football once. Will they get it twice? We'll find out. Carnero to kick it off. Only one kick of his all year has been returned. This is a high kick that has a chance to be brought back, and it will, from the goal line to the 10 to the 15. Turning left over the 18 to the 20-yard line is Barryon Brown. That might have been Tamarcus Cooley who got that one. Would have been better off to take the touchback. Instead, LSU will have it with 11:01 to go.
Our game brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. Cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at progressive.com.
Nussmeier 16 of 25 through the air, 144, a touchdown and a pick. A freshman running back buries behind him in the pistol. And again, it is hard to hear. It's hard to communicate. Nussmeier, second-year starter, takes another low snap and gives it to Berry running right, and he's not going to get away from Cam Franklin. There's some acceleration and speed from your defensive end who made the TFL for a loss of a couple of yards. A 5-star high school product, Cam Franklin. Scoreboard says still 1st and 10. That play was 40 seconds ago. Now it's 2nd and 12 after a loss of 2. Gino, can LSU hear the signals right now?
Not at all.
Okay. I appreciate the honesty. Johnson to the right of Nussmeier. Nussmeier taking a long time before he snaps this football. Here it comes. Looks for a quick out to the sideline. Pass caught at the 25 by Kyle Parker, and he's poked out of bounds at the 27.
Brett, our guy at Stat Broadcast, he led us astray. The last drive was 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
We were wondering,
I was like, time of possession, how they only had the ball 27 minutes when the last drive was 11?
Stat Broadcast has been a little bit out of whack at times, but I noticed that after the fact. Johnson and Nussmeier on a big 3rd and 2. Will LSU even run the football? A handoff to Johnson, surging into the line. He's got the first down. That looked like one of the best runs of the day. He's up to the 34 to move the sticks. Franklin made the tackle from behind. Clock stopped for a second at 9:56 and counting. (24-13) Rebels. Not much margin of error for the Tigers. From their own 34, 3 receivers to the wide side, to the right. Nussmeier out of an empty, out of a gun. Here comes the snap. Nussmeier will zip one over the middle. The pass was caught in stride by Nick Anderson in Ole Miss territory at the 45. That was a well-thrown ball.
Anderson, 6'4", 208, transfer from Oklahoma, had 10 touchdowns in 2023. There, just runs up the seam, breaks to the inside. Good, accurate throw by Nussmeier.
He's a Katy, Texas product in the Houston area. Football's marked at the Rebel 45. After a gain of 21. Nussmeier looks for the deep ball down the right sideline. Tight coverage. The ball's in the air, and it falls incomplete. Nearly a one-handed grab by Chris Hilton Jr. That was tight coverage again by Ricky Fletcher, who all day has been step for step with these LSU wideouts.
Well, good coverage by Fletcher. A little surprised he doesn't turn around. He just runs right down the field. If the officials were calling this game a little tighter, they would have thrown a flag on Fletcher, because there was some hand-to-hand kind of chicken fighting there at the end.
Even the flags need a break at times in a game that's featured almost 20 penalties. 2nd and 10 from the Rebs 45. Nussmeier has Jackson as his running back. Low snap again, a pitch to the right sideline, and it was dropped by Caleb Jackson. It was right around at his belt, maybe a little bit lower, and he turned upfield too quickly and never did bring it in.
Caleb Jackson had nothing but green grass in front of him. He runs a flat route from an offset back position, drops the ball as he turns. He just looks down and shakes his head because he knows he would have easily picked up the first down.
3rd and 10 now at the Rebs 45.
And it's 4-down territory the rest of this game for LSU.
Good point. 2 deep safeties for Ole Miss, including Sage Ryan, the former LSU Tiger. Nussmeier with a low snap. He's going to hand off, running a draw up the middle. It's Johnson. He's inside the 40, cut down at about the 38. Gino, that speaks to your 4-down territory, running the football on 3rd and long.
Well, it caught Ole Miss's defense off balance. You go with the quick draw. Ole Miss is trying to just attack in an obvious passing situation, go after Nussmeier, but the quick draw gets right through that initial line of defense. Picks up a good 7, almost 8 yards.
4th and 2 from the 37. LSU 3 of 4 this year on 4th downs, and they need this one. Down 11 with 8 and change to go. Nussmeier backs up into the gun, crowded full throat, low shotgun snap. He pitches it to the right sideline. The pass was caught by Parker. He got hit. He fights forward, and he's right at the stick with Ricky Fletcher there again to make the stop. Did he get enough, Gino?
Well, Fletcher got hit hard in the back. Fletcher makes that hit hard in the back of the wide receiver. It's right at the marker. Official comes over. They don't measure anymore in college football. They just give him the first down.
But Fletcher is still down, being attended to, and he has played a whale of a game for this Rebel secondary. Junior from Durant, Mississippi, South Alabama transfer. 24-13. Ole Miss leads LSU with 7:51 to go in this game. We've got a timeout with an injured player. LSU will have a first down at the Rebs 35 when you come back. You're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Welcome back to Oxford, Mississippi. Ole Miss 24, LSU 13, 7:51 left in the ball game. Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, we offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options to cover your small business needs and more. Visit progressive.com today.
Told you they're listening in Dallas and Seattle today, along with the Sports Animal in Tulsa, Youngstown, Ohio, Tampa, Florida, Rip City Radio in Portland, The Fan in Pensacola, Florida, the voice of Morgantown, 104.5 at Morgantown, West Virginia, and 1010 XL in Jacksonville. So next week we'll be at the Rose Bowl. We'll see what Penn State does tonight against Oregon. That's a big one, and we'll see them against the UCLA Bruins at 3:30 Eastern Time next Saturday on most of these Touchdown Radio Network stations. Gino, every time I think LSU has found some rhythm, they prove to me they have not. But there's 7:51 to go in this game. They're down 11. They have a 1st and 10 at the Rebel 35.
And Ole Miss's defense, they're making them work for every single yard. And obviously there's more than one opponent against LSU right now. The second one is the clock.
It's a big one. Nussmeier thrown for 178 yards out of an empty. 3 receivers to his wide side left. A couple of deep safeties for the Rebs. Nussmeier directing a lot of traffic before he accepts another snap at his knees. Standing, throwing to the right sideline. The pass was caught by the tight end, Bauer Sharp. He's near the sticks. He got pushed out by Antonio Kite. That's about 9.5 on first down.
You know, here's a situation. You got second down and about 6 inches. Here's your shot to take to the end zone right here.
Great point. Nussmeier's thrown for 1 touchdown. It came on a deflected ball in the first quarter. That was caught by the secondary receiver. Juwan Johnson to the left of Nussmeier. Another low snap. Nussmeier has it. He's going to throw the deep ball down the left sideline into the end zone. All kinds of contact. Barryon Brown was knocked off the spot, I believe, by Gray Jr. And it's incomplete. So, Gino, they did what you thought they were going to try.
Well, you take your chance. When you got second down and less than a yard, that's the most aggressive time you can be as an offense. But I like the call. You throw it down the field. Good coverage by Chris Graves. Maybe got a little away with a little bit of extra contact in the end zone at the end of that throw.
But even on 3rd and half a yard, Nussmeier's in the shotgun. Low snap, gives to Johnson, starts left, and he ran into a wall of Rebel jerseys. He's right short at the sticks at the 25. He might be a few inches short.
He's short. And LSU looks to be going for it here.
Gino, do you go under center when you haven't done that all game long?
Yes. I mean, you should be able to take a snap under center, just walk up, fire. You know, just tap the quarterback, the center on his side of his rear end and say, I'm following you, buddy.
Oh, indeed. Nussmeier is going to go under center. They're right at the 25, 4th and a couple of inches. Nussmeier now turns and spends a timeout. LSU's only going to have 1 remaining.
Timeout. LSU. Second of the half.
6:13 to go in this game. 24-13.
That is not what you wanted to do. Call a timeout right there. Now that leaves you with 1 timeout. There's 6:13 left in the ball game. I mean, if Ole Miss gets a couple first downs, you don't have enough time because you need a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal. As soon as they got in that 4th down situation, Casey's down on the sidelines. He's like, kick the field goal. You need 3. Listen.
And I'm with you. This offense
you
is
should
so
have
limited.
the decision made before you have to make the decision to wait and to cost your team a timeout right there. It's just you're even farther behind the 8 ball.
With the 2-minute timeout, if you have 2, in essence, it's like having 3. But now they're down to 1. They still have to pick up this first down. 4th and a couple of inches from the 25. Almost every player on the field in the box. And LSU may have moved, and they did.
Right guard jumped off sides. Josh Thompson, one of the most experienced players, the transfer from Northwestern, as they're getting down in their stances, he jumps off sides.
Offense number 56.
Question now is he going to kick the field goal?
I mean, here's what happens when you run to the line of scrimmage, you snap, you get the first down. When you call a timeout, you stand there for 10 seconds. You're inviting something to go wrong. And they are not going to kick the field goal. They are going to go for it on 4th and what is now considered 6 from the Rebs 30. And communication really difficult. Johnson leaves the backfield, goes in motion. Nussmeier out of an empty. All snaps all game long have been in his kneecaps. Another one, he reaches and extends for it. Quick pass, left side, caught. Parker, first down, inside the 22 to the 20. They do execute to keep this game rolling. Perkins on the tackle, 6:03 to go in the game.
And Nussmeier quickly getting the LSU back to the line of scrimmage.
Snap to Nussmeier. Has to lob one down the right side towards the end zone and Xavier Thomas, but it's incomplete. Graves Jr. on coverage. And Gino, is it me or has this Ole Miss secondary just been locked down on these receivers most of the game?
They've played pretty well for the most part in this secondary. I've been more impressed by their rallying and swarming to the football when catches have been made in front of them to make an open field tackle.
No, I'm with you. A lot to point out in that regard as well. 2nd and 10 at the Rebel red zone at their 20. Passing still 197 for Nussmeier. Can he make a big play here? He sends his running back in motion to the right. Nussmeier with the snap. Pressure coming from the backside, and he is sacked and dropped by Womack, who almost just landed on top of a falling Nussmeier for a loss of a couple of yards.
And the question there's a flag. It's procedure. The receiver jumped. There's motion, and the receiver went too early. So will Ole Miss take the sack?
Shouldn't that have been blown dead then?
They might have tried.
Defense number 15.
Oh.
Penalty.
Womack, an LSU transfer who made the sack, was offsides first.
Wow.
For penalty number 14.
I didn't see the defensive end. I saw the receiver running downfield before the ball was snapped.
I guess that's your cue. If that's the case, you got to blow the play dead. They let it go forward. So now it's 2nd and 5 from the 15. Berry checks in as the new running back. Nussmeier still trying to get over 200 yards passing. The last touchdown, the only touchdown for LSU, was in the first quarter when they had an early lead. And they led 7-0. They've been running uphill since. They're down 11. 5:43 to go in the game. 3 receivers wide side right. A snap to Nussmeier. Gives to Berry. Big seam right side. He's at the 10, muscling to the 5, dragging a Rebel maybe where he was marked down at the 6. Williams and Yates make the tackle from behind. 1st and goal, LSU. 5:24 to go in the game.
And this has been their most successful drive on the ground so far in this ball game. But again, we're working on almost 5 minutes left in the ball game.
Well, I think you got to find Trades Green. He's in the slot to the left. He's going to go in motion to the right. Handoff again to Berry. The talented freshman races into the end zone for an LSU touchdown. Brian Kelly calls him a home run guy. Well, he knocked one out of the park there to make it 24-19 Ole Miss with 5:04 to go in the game from Oxford.
They motioned Trades Green, the tight end who's 6'7", 240 you mentioned, maybe as a pass threat, as a pass catching threat, but then an underneath handoff to the young back, and he follows the tight end into the end zone for the score.
Gino, you have to go for 2 here, don't you?
There's no question you have to go for 2.
Trying to make this a 3-point game. Again, remember, LSU has only 1 timeout remaining, and the Rebels have had some lengthy, time-consuming drives. They're going to go for 2, and they're going to send 3 receivers to the wide side. A little bit of confusion.
They moved the ball to the left hash by LSU's choice.
2 receivers each side of the football field. Nussmeier's been in the gun. He's out of an empty. Sharp is tight end, lines up as an H-back. A snap to Nussmeier. He's going to hand it off to Johnson, who came back in motion, took the football, and gets dropped for a loss. Suntarian Perkins with a big play to thwart the 2-point conversion and keep this a 5-point contest.
Well, he doesn't have a lot of sacks this year, but Suntarian Perkins with a huge play right there. He gets in the backfield after the motion. Juwan Johnson lines up a receiver, motions back in the backfield, and then a quick handoff by Nussmeier, and Johnson taken down immediately.
That's one of the worst 2-point plays I've seen.
The time it had where there was an opportunity it would work was less than a second, because Juwan Johnson had the ball and he was hit by Perkins in less than a second. So, yes, it had no chance to score the 2 points.
All right, Gino, with 1 timeout remaining and the 2-minute timeout, does that change anything? I mean, you don't attempt an onside kick, I wouldn't think, but you've got to get a stop now in one of the first couple of drives for Ole Miss, whether it's a 3-and-out, whether they get you can't let them get 3 first downs, so this game would be over.
You have to be aggressive, and you have 1 timeout, so you can stop the clock twice. If you're LSU, really, this is on the defense. They have to get a 3-and-out.
Burrell with the long kickoff that's going to sail 9 yards deep in the end zone. 5:04 to go. Ole Miss 24, LSU 19. LSU, the highest-ranked team in the Southeastern Conference, looking at loss number 1 in the face unless they can get the football back and Nussmeier can take his squad down the field and score a touchdown. They've had 2 touchdowns all game, 1 in the first quarter, 1 in the fourth.
Remember Ole Miss last drive, 11 plays, 75 yards, and 4:50 off the clock.
Trinidad Chambliss, the D2 transfer, has been as QB1 the last 3 weeks. Operates out of an empty. Daquan Wright back in the game as an H-back. Snap to Chambliss, fakes a handoff on a jet sweep, runs left, and he's going to be dropped almost immediately by Whitweeks, who last year in this game made 18 tackles. That was a tackle for maybe a gain of 1 after the run by Chambliss. Inside 5 minutes to go.
And this is a situation here. When you have a quarterback like Chambliss who can run the ball, it essentially makes it man-on-man football, and, you're going to run the quarterback RPO essentially for this whole drive.
Lacey back in as a running back, 2nd and 9, working from the left hash from the 26. A snap and a play fake. Chambliss steps up and takes off 30, running left 35. Slides for the first down at the 38. A lot of open green in front of him, and he took it and he moves the sticks with 4:12 to play.
Great play by the quarterback. He looks downfield. There's pressure in his face. He flushed out of the pocket. He stumbles, almost goes to the turf, but stays up. And just him staying up and moving the chains right there, he just flipped the field. So whatever happens, LSU would have, if they get the ball back, they're going to have to march the length of the field.
67 rushing yards for Chambliss, the leading rusher in this game. So this LSU defense, giving up just 64 rushing yards all game, was gashed there. Snap and a handoff to Lacey, running left side over the 40 between the hash and the numbers, and dropped at the 41 by Pyburn and Weeks. We're inside 3.5 to go. It'll be 2nd down, and we'll call it 6.
And LSU will not call their timeout unless they get Ole Miss's offense in a 3rd and long situation, 3rd down situation.
Almost feels like this LSU defense has been on the field forever at times in this game. And if they want any chance, they've got to get the football back. 2nd and 6, Rebs from their own 41 from the left hash. Going to split 3 receivers out to the right. Chambliss will move Lacey to his right. Snap and a give to Lacey. Big hole left side over midfield. He's got the first down into LSU territory at the 42. Dropped by Halsey, and that's really close to maybe ending this game.
And that is what they say, game, set, and match.
Whitweeks is down. And again, he's had some ups and downs this year. 125 tackles a year ago. He hasn't quite been the same. He missed a bulk of the Florida game when he had a targeting in the opening minutes. And he's kind of writhing a bit in pain over near the LSU sideline in midfield. 2:47 to go. 24-19. Rebels lead the Tigers.
I mean, this has really been a dominant performance by Ole Miss. 457 yards of offense versus LSU's 254, even though it's only a 5-point differential on the board. Let's go down to Casey Jones on the sideline. Case?
Hey, guys, what you're seeing right now is a masterpiece. It's called a 6-minute offense when I played for the Denver Broncos. The idea is to keep the ball away, secure the victory, no penalties, no negative plays, and executing it excellently. You can see now the fatigue of LSU. These guys are all hands on hips, heads are down, body language is terrible.
I can
back
feel
to you
it.
guys.
You know, in KC,
6 minutes. You got to be pretty good.
You do.
That was back when they won Super Bowls. Because most teams hope for a 4-minute offense.
You're right. But most of the time with Lane Kiffin, his 6-minute offense is I'm going to score, I'm going to get the football back and score again. He's not thinking about extinguishing the clock, but different circumstances. An LSU defense that came in highly acclaimed. But Ole Miss, Gino, has won 16 of their last 17 at home. In that time frame, they've averaged 43 points a game. Today, they might be able to win with 24.
Well, it's been an impressive performance, not on the scoreboard for Ole Miss, but on the yardage side. I think it's been balanced. You know, really the ball that Chambliss tried to jam in there that got picked off. But it's been a pretty good performance, solid performance on both sides of the ball with Ole Miss.
After the injury, they started the play clock and the game clock. So they'll snap with 3 seconds. They'll hand off to Lacey, running right to the 40. Harold Perkins spins him around and drops him at the 39. There's 2:05 to go, so the 2-minute timeout will be here in a couple of seconds. 24-19. The Rebels lead the Tigers. Timeout on the field. The fans here at Vaught Hemingway can smell a win, and we'll step out. You're listening to the College Football Game of the Week on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Hey, it's Heisman Trophy and Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award winner Gino Torretta. A.O. Smith has been around for more than 150 years and provides some of the most innovative water heating and water treating solutions available. I trust A.O. Smith for my hot water needs, and you should too. They make water heaters for every home and business. Get an A.O. Smith Adapt gas tankless like mine with X3 technology that doesn't need any annual maintenance. Visit hotwater.com to find an A.O. Smith contractor near you. Hey, college football fans, your team isn't the only one building something great. The United Association is the building trades union representing plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, HVAC service techs, welders, and pipeliners across the U.S. and Canada. For more than a century, we've trained skilled craftspeople through 5-year apprenticeships and our gold standard training program to deliver clean water, life-saving fire protection, and so much more. With nearly 400,000 members and almost 300 local unions, we're your playbook for success. Find your path at ua.org today. Become a part of North America's strongest labor union. Join the Teamsters. Home to more than 1.3 million hardworking people, the Teamsters move America on the roadways, at the ports, in the skies, and on our rails. Rank and file Teamsters are the backbone of our nation's supply chain. Support union labor and become a union member. No matter where you work or what you do, be a Teamster today. Learn more at teamster.org or across social media at Teamsters.
Andrew Gibson from the Touchdown Radio Network studios with this Top 25 scoreboard update sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Really good game going on in Starkville, Tennessee and Mississippi State. The Vols lead by 3, 27-24, 12:48 to go fourth quarter. And just a few minutes, it's a wide out at Penn State.
I'm expecting this to be an environment like no one has ever seen.
James Franklin earlier this week, guys.
Yeah, James Franklin might be feeling the pressure of getting a big win, especially at home. So we'll be following that game along with Georgia and Alabama. Ole Miss leads 24-19 with 2 minutes to play over LSU. Gino, we're assuming they're going to get this win. LSU only has one timeout remaining. In a couple of weeks, these Rebels will be in Athens to take on Georgia on October 18th. And that sets up a pretty intriguing matchup because after that game, the Rebels go to Oklahoma. They have South Carolina. What's that?
Whoever's scheduled for Touchdown Radio, there's some good choices there.
That's right. We'll be there on October 18th, which quite frankly could be a top 5 matchup between these two teams.
Don't jinx it, Brett.
Well, we can dream, can't we? Just a little bit and hope.
Either way, listen. When I first saw Chambliss, I'm like, this guy is kind of the missing piece.
You said that.
When Jackson Dart, he left, and that was kind of the question mark coming in, and Simmons with the injury. Chambliss has come out, played well. They seem to have retooled. They got a solid defense. And I would say this Ole Miss team is one of the best in the country.
They've made some comparisons with Russell Wilson, but also Baker Mayfield. They said the kid's got a little bit of moxie, and I think you see that confidence improving. And to beat a defense like LSU would really, I think, only build that. 2 minutes to go, 2nd and 7 from the Tiger 39. Chambliss out of the gun, out of an empty. Lacey's going to come in motion. Chambliss will run forward, and he's going to fight forward, and you see some of that fatigue. He's going to be tackled at the 36 by the corner, Dolan, and LSU will spend their last remaining timeout with 1:52 to go before a 3rd and 4. Not out of the realm of possibility that if they get a stop and force a long field goal or some type of 4th down attempt that they could get the ball back, but not having that extra timeout now becomes a huge factor.
Well, there's a couple questions here. One, do you go for it on 4th down if you don't pick up the 3rd? So there's that question. If you don't get the 4th down, personally, I would not attempt a field goal.
Right. You don't want
I think it's too far.
Yep.
I would literally try to pooch kick it or something like that. Just try to pin them back inside the 10 and say, okay, you want to take your chances with a minute against our defense? We feel pretty good about that.
If you're LSU, do you sell out and make them throw? In other words, shove as many guys up into the box, because if you drop them and get a yard or no gain.
Personally, I would play action with Chambliss and give him a run pass option.
1:53 to go in this game. Rebels leading 24-19. They came in 13th by the coaches poll, or 13th AP, 11th for the coaches. And today they have put up 463 total yards to LSU's 254. Keep in mind the Rebels have had exactly 7 points in this second half, and they still have a lead. Normally that's not the recipe in this game that's been in the high 40s or 50s and decided on the last play of the game. See what happens here on 3rd and 4. Chambliss remains 5 yards behind the center, out of the gun. Lacey to his left. A snap, and Chambliss is going to head to his right, running backwards, trying to get to the sideline. He's going to dive. He's going to be shy of the 1st down, and he's out of bounds. He didn't need to go out of bounds. Dolan pushed him out with Peyton and Gino. That cannot happen.
Well, that right there, that was a mistake. But the mistake was forced by an LSU defense who did not bite with the motion and the fake to the outside. Chambliss tries to dive for the 1st down, but essentially only given a yard.
4th and 3, clock stopped. If LSU gets a stop here, the clock will stop with a turnover on downs.
And Ole Miss is lining up to go for it.
With a little bit of confusion.
I think they're going to try to get them off sides.
Chambliss will back away. Timeout called by Lane Kiffin. 24-19. Rebels 1:47 to go from Oxford. And running out of bounds kept another 30 seconds from running off the clock and gives LSU a chance with a stop to get the ball back with a lot of time, even though there's no timeouts, where then a touchdown would win the game.
You got a 52-yard attempt right here. Carnero's long is 54. Do you give him a chance?
All right, Gino, here's what his numbers are. In his career, from 40-plus, counting those 50-pluses, he is 16 for 18 in his career. He's known for having a huge leg.
He has the wind.
He does. Now, if he misses, the ball's spotted where the field goal is missed, not the line of scrimmage, which is the 35. That would be tremendous field position for LSU.
And Kiffin go for it. This situation is where head coaches make their money. Making this call right here.
Rebs on the season are 3 of 3 on 4th downs. It's 4th and 3 from the Tiger 35. Lacey lines up to the right of Chambliss. Chambliss surveying this LSU defense, takes the snap, short drop, scanning, throwing to the right sideline, caught by right, left sideline, 20. He's going to stop and take a knee and sit down at the 15. Daquan Wright with the reception on 4th and 3, and the Rebels could smell a win over LSU.
What a busted defensive coverage by LSU's defense. There was nobody, and I mean nobody, near Daquan Wright, the tight end. He's out in the flat. He's wide open. He could have run in for the score. He could have continued up the left sideline and score. He just literally got out there and just kind of fell down on his backside, and that's the game.
Shotgun victory formation. Chambliss will inch forward and then take a knee. By Wright taking a knee at the 15, it's going to keep Chambliss from reaching 300 yards passing, but the clock's rolling with 1:15 and counting and 28 seconds still on the play clock.
484 yards of total offense, but 499 to Ole Miss and at LSU's 254. I would say an utter dominant performance by the Ole Miss Rebels.
We thought it was going to come down to the Rebel offense against the Tiger defense. Advantage Ole Miss. One more snap possibly. Chambliss will lean forward, take a knee. I think they're going to have to snap it one more time. He touched his knee down at the 17-yard line. They're going to have to take one more snap. There's an 8-second difference between the play clock and the game clock.
Well, there's nobody in blue and red that have left the stadium. Oh, wait. Some of the pledges in blue jackets seem to have...
They might have had some heat exhaustion.
Out of the student section.
Chambliss with the snap and a knee. A year ago, he won the Division II National Championship. He just took down the number 4 team in the country. And he's celebrating all the way to the LSU sideline. There's still 10 seconds left. The final seconds will tick away. They've lowered the goalposts already at Vaught Hemingway. And here comes the final horn. Ole Miss 24, LSU 19. And the Rebels remain undefeated. Fireworks shooting off at Vaught Hemingway. Big win for the Rebs. And we'll be back after these local messages on the Touchdown Radio Network.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Ultimate troll job. They're playing Calling Baton Rouge over the PA here at Vaught Hemingway. And by the way, Mississippi State has taken a lead against Tennessee at home. This state might be up for grabs with a couple of ranked wins. Ole Miss wins it today 24-19. Next week we'll be at the Rose Bowl. Penn State will be at UCLA. That'll be a 3:30 Eastern time kick on most of these Touchdown Radio Network stations. You can also stream us on YouTube at Touchdown Radio. That's going to do it today. An SEC physical contest won by the Rebs. Thanks to Andrew Gibson, our studio host and producer. Richie Clements, our studio engineer. Our spotter, the incomparable Johnny G. John Glenn. Bob Horner was our on-site engineer as well. So again, next week at the Rose Bowl, 3:30 Eastern time kick. For Casey Jones and Gino Torretta, I'm Brett Dolan, thanking you for tuning in. Once again, our final score. The Rebels take down the Tigers, 24-19. So long from Oxford.
At the Ole Miss sideline.
The ball came right to him for a Tiger touch.
Well, some
ended service. Nussmeier out of the gun again. Heading towards the student section. Working from that right hash, as Gino mentioned, heading towards the student. Nussmeier out of the gun. Nussmeier. He found. Nussmeier out of the gun again.
Opportunity to score. Daquan Wright, the big stud.
10 of 11 so far this year on field goals. Good.
Sure. And the quarterback champ, but ball tip.
This is Lucas Carnero. Short field goal makes it 7-3. LSU with 1:40 to go in our first quarter. So it's 7-3. This Williams Jr. jumped up and grabbed it with two hands, and the turnover gets the Rebels off the field. That pass was middle. Waiting for the snap. Four-man defensive lines up to the right of Nuss. Johnson. It's intercepted around the 12. It was underthrown, and Williams Jr. jumped up. I've let a late shift. Chambliss is going to fire to the right sideline, and that pass is going to be picked off. DJ Pickett down the left sideline, 30, 25, negated.
Just did a little bit. It's LSU only a.
See, big seam bounces to the 10. Chambliss with a high snap, hands it up from the Tiger 15, down 4 points. The Rebels have first and 10 out in this game, and they have the lead 9-7.
Well, great blocking at the point.
The Rebels, Kewan Lacey. With the catch. Missed after to Lee. Chambliss has 3 at Notre Dame and at LSU. Is to the right of Chambliss. Might he get a chance to take it into the end zone? Chambliss to Lee.
Get the call, take Thomas down.
Ramos is on for a 40-yard field goal on its way. 18-7 over the Tigers with 6:02 to go. So LSU, the Tigers.
Miss defense, some hunting there.
40-yard field goal. Ramos is on. Ramos is on. 17-7, 17-10 now. Rebels way. It's got plenty of distance. 17-10 now. Rebels the pipes and it's. So it's 17-7. So top of the pipes, and it's good. 17-10 now, Rebels over the Tigers. Ramos is to 10 now, Rebels. It the ball in the air. He caught his own deflection to the Rebel 46, I believe. Ronnie's going to throw, and the ball was tipped in the air and picked off. LSU got the return from Woodland. He wasn't marked out of bounds. He's still going to continue his run over the 50 to the Rebel 46, I believe. He tipped the ball in the air. He caught his own deflection intended for Alexander, and the LSU number 11 defeated the Rebels number 11 for the big turnover.
Well, Chambliss
throw. Another shotgun snap to Chambliss. Another play. Doubled up. So the Rebels have doubled. Another shotgun snap. Number 8 turnover. LSU got the return from Woodland. Roll mid. Another. Hit the ball. 11 for the big turnover. The snap to hold the with 58 seconds. Now a 17-13 game. Rebels in front. 9 total from the hold. Ramos 6 of 8. Ramos. Sideline as those black tarps come up. Play clock's at 3. Kelly at Notre Dame and the end zone touchdown. Rebels. And the man who twice has played for Brian Kelly at Notre Dame scores a touchdown on a 6-yard run to put Ole Miss back up by 10.
Casey, we'll see if they.
This will be
10
number 11.
minutes, 40.
Goal from the 6. Thought I was seeing that wrong. Second and goal from the 6. The running back to his right. Come up. Play clock's at 3. Backs up into the gun. Digs the second. This back up by 10. And he's in the slot to left. Handoff again to Barry. The tip.
It's been their almost 5 ground.
Well, I think you got
in the ball game.
Well, I think you got to find Trades Green. He's in the slot to left. He's going to go. Well, I think you got to find Trades Green. He's in the slot to left. He's going to go. The freshman LSU touchdown. Brian Kelly calls him a home run. Knocked one out of the park there to make it 24-19. 4-19 Ole Miss. Ole Miss with 5:04 to go in the game. Well, I think races into the end zone for an LSU touchdown with 5:04 to go in the game.